This is Sybert signing into Kane's Wrath on the map. Tiberium Rift for game number 1 of the Chrono Clash 2 King of the Hill. This is our expansion event, of course powered by Chronosphere. And up here in the top left-hand corner, playing the Purple Reaper, this is Numbfish.
And starting in the bottom right-hand side, playing as the Vanilla Nod, it's going to be none other than AssassinSpy.
Green Zero, thank you for jumping back in here with the Chrono Clash King of the Hill event. Last time we talked was the Grand Finals. How have you been doing since then?
I've been pretty busy recently, haven't been playing too much Kane's Wrath. Been watching a lot of Master Leaf videos though, so I have stayed in touch with the meta and the changing gameplay. But this tournament should be pretty exciting. A lot of mid to advanced ranked players, so should be a lot of close matches, Sybert.
And as we've got these disintegrators heading in the north, I want to let you know that this event is powered by Chronosphere, because behind every smooth app or site you use are teams of developers and operators working to keep those systems fast, reliable, and running around the clock. Unlike this tib spike, which is going to get knocked down by these disintegrators, but Chronosphere does help those teams by giving them a real-time view into how systems are behaving at scale across hundreds of services, containers, clusters, and clouds. We, Chronosphere, shows them what's working and, more importantly, what's not working. Much like these disintegrators, now that they've killed off that tib spike. Chronosphere helps developers find and fix problems before they affect the apps and websites. Chronosphere gives teams control over what they see, what they spend, and what they solve. Go ahead and check them out at chronosphere.io. And now back to the action. Little bit of disintegrator action, but other than that, it looks like mostly macro openers for both players.
A lot of eco coming out behind that disintegrator push for the Reaper 17 player. Reaper 17, probably one of the hardest factions to harass economically, just because of how strong their harvesters are with those shields able to absorb the extra shots. And of course, since it's eco from the Nod player, we're not going to see any bikes, any fast harassment or attack. So yeah, we're going to settle into a nice eco game.
Militant Squad crosses the map for AssassinSpy. Will get the Scout. And the Scout, as always in this case, is nothing too interesting to see. Refinery should be deployed by Numbfish here on the left side very shortly. It will be second War Factory before first Refinery at the Natural, so not full eco for the Nod player.
Yeah, he's going to have to get something done with this, because look at the Reaper player, 3 harvesters on the expansion already. But although AssassinSpy is going for the blue tip behind this, which is good, he's got those bikes out there to shepherd the harvester, so he's perfectly safe in taking the blue tip, which he needs. But I think he's also going to need to knock down a harvester or two just to put the Reaper player just a little bit off balance.
8 harvesters to 6 at the current moment. First harvester takes a big volley. Seeker tanks are here to defend. Harvester going to juke around the War Factory. Second volley hits a separate harvester. The shields are down, and this is more than enough bikes to commit into the attack. 1 bike traded back, maybe 2. That's a fair trade for the Nod.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I mean, and the harvester also got stuck on the Seeker tanks. He was trying to move it behind the War Factory, but it got jammed up on the Seeker tank. Basically, Numbfish unable to unjam that. And that cost him the harvester there, so maybe if he had reorganized it a little bit, could have saved it, but that's going to be a win for AssassinSpy. Quite a number of bikes in the bottom side now, so trying to change flanks, but yeah, Numbfish is all over that right now.
The Seeker tanks finally keeping those bikes at bay. I thought he was going to suicide them in at the natural expansion. We do have a delayed 4th refinery from our macro Numbfish, so he isn't going ultra greed. He did get that second War Factory out, and now the refinery at the natural is up for AssassinSpy as well, starting to equalize that economy.
Yeah, I mean, I think he saw, or he felt that there was a double War Factory on the field with the amount of bikes out, so was a correct call to go for a second War Factory for the Reaper player. And yeah, it does, like you say, slow his eco down a little bit, but at least he's not dead and he's not losing more harvesters. So I could only imagine perhaps might be looking for the Seeker upgrade at some point, just because of the sheer amount of Seekers he's still producing. He's not switching to devs, although he doesn't actually have a tier 2. Has put down a growth stimulator as well, so I think, yeah, Numbfish, he's looking to play for that late game.
And just as both players were matching each other, Seeker tanks on one side, bikes on the other, they've now split completely, and they are both attacking the other guy's main base. And also both getting pushed away. Scorpion tanks on one side, Seeker tanks on the other, and both players disengaging.
Yeah, both players having a hard time finding a gap in one another's defenses. They've got plenty of units scattered throughout the map. Again, neither side has really rushed hard down the tech tree, and that's why we're seeing so many units on the field, and the Scorpion tanks are just going to chase these Seekers. Seekers actually stop the reverse move, which costs a few more Seekers because they get hit from that rear armor, which will do a lot of damage. And yeah, still so many Seeker tanks out. A couple of devs coming out now, Storm Riders as well. So, but look at this, Sybert bikes back inside the main base for the Reaper player.
One Harvester with heavy damage. Now, there are Seekers on the top right-hand corner of the map as well. So as the bikes attack, Numbfish is trying to do his own attack. And there goes that growth stimulator from earlier. It's down and out. The cost is going to be a lot of bikes and a couple of buggies as well. Another Harvester may be going down. Nope, the shields come online for the Seeker tanks, and the bikes get pushed away.
Yeah, it looks like AssassinSpy did lose his blue tip harvester and all of that, but what's interesting is that Numbfish has revealed the Storm Rider, and it's not just one random Storm Rider. He produced a second one, I guess. Maybe it is some type of a fake out. I mean, it has caused these Scorp tanks to pull all the way back to base along with the bike, so maybe just giving Numbfish a bit of breathing room there. We'll have to see what he's got planned. Tech Center is down. Mechapedes, I would have liked to see Reaper tripods a little bit more against the composition that's coming out, because, I mean, against Vanilla Nod, so popular to go lasers these days, and that's exactly what AssassinSpy is going for right now.
The double War Factory Nod plays have been something that some players start specializing in. But in this case, Seeker tanks in the north will find at least one Harvester. Okay, there's the final volley. He does die. And at the same time, Buggy sneaking into the natural expansion of Numbfish. Seeker tanks getting pushed away by the Scorpions in the bottom right-hand corner. Dozer Blades finished up. Laser capacitors should be getting added on soon. And then these Scorps will be fully upgraded.
Without shard launchers, these Seeker tanks are going to get massacred once that laser comes out. I mean, laser Scorps are better than fully upgraded Seekers anyway, but at least with shard launchers you can inflict some return damage. But a lot of mechas now out. Again, he has gone for the mecha transition. I guess he feels like they're going to be a better option. Straight into the Scorp tanks here. Lucky not to lose a mecha there, but again, these shard mechas, oh, look at that straight away, loses one, and yeah, it's not a good engage. Yeah, he's just targeting their heads down too easy for AssassinSpy.
Though that laser capacitor timing was perfect defensively, right as Numbfish showed up with all these mechas, it finished up a third! He gets 3 mechas, trades them back for 1 bike. Storm Rider in the middle of the map does manage to clean up 1 Raider buggy, but that's a small price to pay for 3 mechas. Mechapede's now going to be reforming, trying to sneak into the natural expansion of AssassinSpy. Another Mechapede going down right here on the front line, and it feels like Numbfish is losing almost everything that he sends in for the attack.
Yeah, that's confusing. I mean, Reaper 17 has some of the heavy hittingest weapons in the game, yet he's using these Seekers and these Mechapedes, which are extremely light, and we can see they are just getting chewed to pieces by the Scorp tanks relatively easily. I would have liked to see more dev tanks, more tripods. I mean, he is starting to produce some now by the looks of it, but I mean, he's already taken some pretty heavy losses, and the cost effectiveness here for AssassinSpy is quite good. He's got his third base up and running, although here comes some more Seeker tanks for the harass.
And on the south side, it's a tripod duking it out with some Scorpions. Seeker Tank's going to try and find that parking lot of Harvesters and break it up. One Harvester's so low on health, but the Scorpions clean up the Seekers, and it would be up to the Storm Riders, but the Harvesters have re-stealthed. One tripod going down in the south. Numbfish is going to need to grab an engineer and send him in. Stealth tanks out on the map finally here for AssassinSpy. Maybe he can do a little hit and run action.
What's surprising with Numbfish here, he hasn't actually started any upgrades for his tripod, so they're completely unupgraded. No conversion reserves, no shields, and like you said, those stealth tanks now are starting to make their way, and there is a tripod there, which is going to make it a little bit tricky, but nonetheless, it's really difficult for Scrin to deal with stealth tanks, and if he'd kept some of those Seekers alive from the early game, that would be fantastic. The Seekers with the mechas would be able to clean this up, but unfortunately, the tripods are just a little bit too slow.
Perfect reposition by AssassinSpy as well. He saw that tripod. He went to the far side of the refinery so that the stealth tanks could safely attack that harvester. Gets one kill, does manage to escape. For the current moment, the stealth tanks, they're going to have to, I don't know, just buy some time because there aren't a lot of easy openings. Although in the north, they may find another harvester.
Yeah, it should be an easy dead harvester here. Doesn't have Tib Core missile. Is he actually going for that? No, not going for Tib Core. I mean, these are probably the only units he's got that can utilize these right now because he is still sticking with Scorp tanks, going for a Redeemer as well. So, I mean, the game is going to continue on just because both sides have that third base secured. But yeah, eventually Numbfish is going to have to try to clean up these stealth tanks, although he might get one here because it looks like AssassinSpy has forgotten about them. Can their Seeker tank finish off? It's going to be close. One more shot, he gets it, and that's really important because when you're down to just one stealth tank, that's not enough to one-shot a harvester, and unfortunately, completely ignoring them there, leaving them to be destroyed by that dev tank.
Both stealth tanks going down. Almost a genius play by AssassinSpy, and it doesn't quite work. 3 tripods stepping a little bit too far forward. This is a lot of Scorpions. Decoy Army going to come in to try and absorb some of the shots from those slower firing tripods. 2 tripods down, and the third one is quick to follow. Secret tanks showing up to the fight, but too little, too late. Scorpions going for the crush, knocking down 2 of those husks very easily on the north side. It's a Mechapede versus a Redeemer. One harvester will pay the price, and a second harvester low on health, but the Redeemer should be able to knock down. Oh, he's just going to shoot them one by one. The secret tanks may actually get a kill here. That harvester's so incredibly low. Lightning Spike getting the guaranteed kill, and that's a hero. Scorpion on the left side. Laser capacitor blasting down the nerve center, knocking down the tech of Numbfish. AssassinSpy splitting the map up into 3 different fronts, defending and attacking on 2 of them.
Yeah, that was a disaster for Numbfish, and still with 0 upgrades for the tripods. He's letting his tripods get picked way too easily. Engaging tank forces, he doesn't have enough to overwhelm. Not using the phase field to try to escape that terrible engagement he had just before with the 3 tripods. He should be able to defend now with just this this storm column. He did get clicked though, so that is going to hurt, but I mean, can't help but feel that AssassinSpy is moving into a stronger position now.
Both players have been pretty much neck and neck on economy, both of them trading back and forth with little advantages. AssassinSpy, he's now up 2k per minute by reducing that harvester count on the front line, or reducing the refinery count, rather, on the front line. He has, Numbfish has now rebuilt that refinery, so he is back up to a more fully saturated sort of position. Both players still just have these little pockets of army around the map that can potentially be dangerous. A couple of secret tanks going to be moving in, and then there are also tripods on the north side of the map. Secret tanks going to get blasted by the lasers of Nod. They're going to have to run for it.
Yeah, those Seeker tanks having a terrible time against these laser scorps now, especially with that any shard upgrade. And again, like you said, there are those 2 tripods at the top, but I mean, they don't have any stealth detection aside from, I suppose, the infantry could just crash into the enemy harvesters, but I mean, it's not going to be a terribly effective method of stealth detection. And yeah, that heroic Scorpion tank is still here. All the tech, of course, got sniped down, and it's going to be triple gravity Storm Riders from Numbfish. And you know what? I don't actually mind this because there's actually no AA aside from 1 or 2 stealth tanks on the entire map. And this could really catch him by surprise.
The Storm Riders that were produced earlier were never really reacted to by AssassinSpy. They weren't enough of a threat to warrant him actually producing anything. So yeah, this could be an amazing tech switch for Numbfish. Both players taking a little bit of a pause. SamSite gets deployed in the south just because of the persistent harassment of that one Storm Rider. A couple of Seeker tanks going to be moving forward. They see the Redeemer, and they will back off.
Yeah, look at this. 3 harvesters on that tib field now. The blue tib field, should I say. And, I mean, he can't... Oh, look at this. Here come the Storm Riders. I was going to say, he can't let him take all this blue Tiberium. That's going to be devastating to his economy there. But he needs some way to reveal those harvesters. He can't actually see them. There's no Seeker Tanks here. He must be able to see the crystal disappearing. But, I mean, he's revealed the Storm Rider, so he's just going straight for the enemy base. He's got those 2 tripods at the top engaging now. He's going to be hitting this field. He still has no stealth detection, but he's going to be able to overwhelm these avatars. And if he can get these Seeker Tanks up here, maybe he can get something done.
The sudden Storm Rider transition, Scorpion tanks getting blasted, SAM site gets deployed, and the Scorpion tanks are the only target for now. 2 harvesters with blue Tiberium, Engineer being targeted, and these Storm Riders would love to be killing off those harvesters, and they just haven't managed to do it. Back in the natural expansion of AssassinSpy, Seeker tanks are having free range, knocking down 2 harvesters, and the next target is the Tech Lab. Tib core missiles should finish up in time. It's a race of the status bars, one going up and one going down as the Vertigo bombers break up the party and send those Seeker tanks into the ground. A small cohort is going to try to escape down to the south.
Yeah, I mean, Numbfish did manage to clean up quite a number of harvesters in that, and again, couldn't get that tech center because of those vertigos. But yeah, a couple of Seekers will be just, casually strolling out of the Nod base, trying to get back to their home field. I mean, what has Numbfish really got left, though? He doesn't have a huge amount on the field. He's actually got an outpost on the top left side, so he's thinking long-term, trying to get that tib again, which he's definitely going to need because, I mean, AssassinSpy, as far as we can see, has got pretty much all the blue Tiberium. And yeah, with Vertigos and Venoms coming up, this could be a pretty devastating attack from AssassinSpy.
AssassinSpy has basically triple the army value of his opponent, but for so much of this game, AssassinSpy hasn't been directly attacking. The attacks have been small and broken up, so if AssassinSpy puts all of his forces in one place, he will win the fight. Right now, he didn't bring anything down to shoot the stuff in the sky. Heroic Scorpion is actually going to take a lot of damage. It is almost hilarious how long it takes 4 Storm Riders to kill something that can't possibly shoot back. Venoms show up too little too late. No, it's not. The Scorpion survives. The Venoms won't, but the Scorpion will last the night. 2 of those Storm Riders went down, and this heroic Scorpion has absorbed so much of Numbfish's attention. Venoms continuing to fall, and just as one goes down, another couple emerge to guard that hero Scorpion tank. Vertigo bombers coming in for the bombing run on top of the tech of the Skrin player. And meanwhile, these Tib core missile upgrades were an extremely valuable investment by AssassinSpy.
Yeah, managed to get the shard upgrade just before the tech center went down, but it's not the upgrade he needs right now. He needs the upgrades for the tripod. And yeah, totally agree what you said just beforehand with that heroic Scorp tank. It absorbed so much damage, and then he left it with like a fraction of a piece of health left, and he could have just destroyed it, and so that whole attack was just wasted. And now look at him. He has to use the stasis on the Redeemer here, but I mean, this is just going to buy time. He's got 3 tripods, but realistically, I mean, is he going to be able to defeat this entire army with just these 3 tripods? I'm not sure about this, Sybert.
That's a Redeemer and a heroic Scorpion tank that's about to come unlocked from that stasis shield. He can't deal with the stealth tanks at the back of the base. He can't hardly deal with this army at the front of the base. He's going to give it one last chance. Decoy army gets deployed, absorbing a couple of shots here as the Redeemer gets shut down. The Vertigos come in for a swoop and a knockdown. Hero Scorpion saves the day for AssassinSpy as the tripods go down. It's all up to the disintegrators. One after another, they get zapped to death. The lasers from on high, from down low. Everything has a laser from Nod, and it's burning down the aliens. GG comes out, and AssassinSpy takes the first $20 from Chronosphere.
Yeah, that game there, you can't help but feel that Numbfish made a lot of questionable decisions, especially towards the end, and it shows in the kill-death ratio where AssassinSpy, his kill-death ratio is double that of Numbfish, but yeah, he almost made it sort of happen in that last attack with those 3 tripods. He didn't EMP the heroic Scorpion, which he could have done so because he had a tripod there. He was so focused on EMPing the Redeemer that he missed that, and, you know, could have been a chance he could have cleaned that up there, but yeah, over the course of the last probably, 7 or 8 minutes of the game, it just was cost inefficiency from Numbfish, and just not able to get any tripod upgrades that whole game. That was just devastating.
And that takes us to Threshold 19 for game number 2. Our current king, still rocking Nod, but switching it over to Marked of Cain. This is AssassinSpy.
And entering the arena challenging AssassinSpy is going to be Desolator. He's starting on the right-hand side. Now, he has flipped the script. We've gone from Reaper to Traveler 59, so we've gone from Brute Force to Mind Control, Fast Attack, Hit and Run. Will it pay off for Desolator? Let's find out.
One of the things that about Threshold 19 that I didn't really realize the first time that I was loading into the map, it does have 3 tib spikes per player, but because they are damaged tib spikes, you sometimes end up in a situation where you, even though you start with more Tiberium spikes, you end up with fewer Tiberium spikes faster. In this case, both players have now grabbed all of their tib spikes, and yeah, AssassinSpy deciding to mix it up a little bit, and then DesolatorTrooper switching over to Traveler. I think DesolatorTrooper is more of a scrin kind of player anyways. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with him, but I do believe he plays mainly the scrin factions. This wasn't a random tournament, was it, Sybert?
No, this is actually Fearless Draft, so players do have to rotate their faction selection. But if you play random, like I believe Numbfish played random in the last game, then that does sort of preserve your options. So once you choose a faction, it is eliminated from your pool to be able to play, and you have to rotate to another faction or go random until you make it all the way through all of the factions, and then they reset.
Keeps it fresh. Repairing the spike there from Desolator as well. I mean, that does cost you some early game tib. I think Masterleaf has crunched the numbers on repairing spikes. I believe they can sustain their own self-repair, but only just. Actually, a lot of Awakened squads coming out here to counter that one Gunwalker. That's a lot of Awakened just to stop a scout, considering he doesn't have any rush coming behind this one, Sybert.
This is all of the EMPs used, and then the Gunwalker is still going to go for the crush anyways. Does manage to eliminate, almost one whole squad there as the buggy comes out for the additional scout. And yeah, it is funny to kind of anti-scout so hard. I don't know if AssassinSpy was doing that on purpose to make it look like he was going for something sneaky, but that definitely could be a mind game if your opponent thinks you're going for something crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he has baited out a bunch of extra Seeker tanks on the back of the expansion. And, I mean, yeah, AssassinSpy did go for a second War Factory, so he's baited these Seekers out, which are going to make it harder for him to attack now. Building double Scorp. Maybe we're going to have some type of EMP Scorp push. I don't think he'll see that coming. We got the Stasis Chamber coming down now as well, probably for the fast legs. And look at this, bottom of the screen, where the Mutant Hovel is, he's going to cut off that Assimilator as well. That's going to be really annoying for Desolator.
The Awakened squad just in the perfect spot at the perfect time to kill that engineer. Scorpion tank's going to be knocking down the Blue Tiberium in the middle of the map. The Blue Tiberium Harvester, I should say, from DesolatorTrooper. He does lose a Harvester there. Scorpion tanks will kind of be trading with these Seeker tanks as well. And the Seekers actually get caught by 2 groups of Scorpions. So this is kind of turning into a disaster for DesolatorTrooper. Loses the engineer, loses the Harvester, loses 4 Seeker tanks in the course of about 30 seconds in game. Massive devastation in the early game.
Yeah, that couldn't have gone any worse for Desolator there. He really got nothing done and just took some pretty substantial losses, especially the Harvester. I mean, if he at least managed to save that, it would have been all right. He might be able to surround these Awakened squads that are going to be really annoying. And there's a lot of Disintegrators, which I don't think AssassinSpy has seen, but he needs to keep those Awakened squad alive, because if he can't, then these Screen Infantry are just going to be able to come in and wipe all the tanks. Here we go, Sybert. They're going to engage right now.
Awakened on the north side, and the disintegrators closing in, and there's the reveal of the shock troopers. They were kind of pooled back behind these Skrin forces. They blink forward, they reveal themselves to these Scorpion tanks, and for now the Scorpions back up. We should see some Shredder turrets come in. There's the first Shredder turret deployed, gonna clean up the last of those disintegrators. The Awakened squads did a great job of delaying this army and giving AssassinSpy an extra couple of seconds to get out those defenses.
Yeah, I mean, Desolator has managed to turn that around a little bit, getting an enemy blue tip harvester and destroying most of the Nod forces. So, I mean, that engagement sort of swung things back into a more of an even footing now. So he's going to be pleased with that. He's going to continue to follow up. Doesn't have too many shock troopers here. Going to try to re-engage again. Sniping a Scorp tank, has enough to one-shot a Scorp tank. He's actually going to ignore the Raider buggies and keep focusing the Scorp. Scorps pull back now. Shredder turret's going to be difficult because they just draw fire and they're just really annoying to deal with.
Maybe if the build was slightly different, this could have gone even better for DesolatorTrooper. Hey, because he only has one group of units moving around on the map, he's gone for tech behind this, he's gone for tripods. That means he has this small army out on the front line. He can't do any two-pronged attacks. He's allowing his opponent to focus all of the defenses on these units. And now shadow teams are out. This advanced infantry play by DesolatorTrooper was great, but the clock on it has sort of run out. It's not going to be as effective moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, Desolator didn't overcommit on these lower tier 1, tier 2 units. And like you said, he only has one front attack, but it's just to keep AssassinSpy busy while all that tech came down, right? He's got the Prodigy, he's going for a Hexapod, he's got tripods, he's got Devastators. Like, it was just purely to keep him busy.
Blink forward by the shock troopers, deploy of the lightning spike as well, and there's going to be the laser fence on the operations center to protect the tech. Tier 3 should be coming up for this Nod player, so he wants to keep that tier 2 alive and not let it get sniped. Shredder turret gets deployed, shock troopers going to have to back off, and yeah, this has kept AssassinSpy on his side of the map, on the left side of the map, so whatever Desolator has planned behind this had better hit hard.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Devastator warship here with 2 tripods and a Prodigy. Oh, he's got no double A. He's got nothing to deal with this. He's got a bunch of Enlightened, but I mean, yeah, they can lock down the tripods. Takes the War Factory as well with the Prodigy. Second Devastator coming in. Oh, he teleports the drone ship in. This is going to be a massive Devastator push, Sybert.
He's got the MCV on the front line. All of the Nod defenses were back following that army. So it ends up that small group of units was able to completely pull AssassinSpy out of position. But then the Prodigy gets sniped by a shadow team. One lonely shadow team sent to the front line. And now the strike will come in. Shadow teams sniping the tier 3 on the right side of the map. A mass amount of shadow teams to deal with Skrin infantry. They're also good at blowing up buildings. And now, as you mentioned, the AA is not here, so these Devastator warships are unopposed. It's advanced infantry on the ground, enlightened squads, and TIB troopers. The EMP comes in, and where's the DPS? It's all a bunch of green beams coming out from the little men on the ground. EMP wears off. Scorpion tanks explode, 4 of them in quick succession, and not much that shoots up. Devastator warships continuing to rain down their discs of death upon the Nod forces, but that's Tib Core. He found the opportunity to build Tib Core in the midst of all this.
Yeah, look at that though. Pulls the Devastator back in time, and I mean, he's got 3 Devastators before he lost the tech center, and as long as he keeps them alive, he can just wall this space. But look, it's just a massive army here, actually. What has AssassinSpy got? He doesn't have anything. He's just walking through the front door. Once his stealth towers go down, that's going to be pretty much all she wrote for AssassinSpy. He's just got nothing here to deal with this.
These stealth tanks are going to be pulling overtime. They are on the clock for the rest of their lives. It is going to be hit and run central. It's all about the micro for AssassinSpy. Tripod step forward. Another EMP lands. Harvesters getting eviscerated, and the Devastator warships continue to have no opposition. Stealth tank so close to death, but he does survive. He doesn't have the healing of being a hero, but little by little, these Nod forces are coming coming in. One avatar on the high ground blasting away at those tripods. Another EMP would be brilliant. He might have to sell off a building to make it happen. Oh, the stealth tank goes down. The other one's so low on health. AssassinSpy's hopes of having a stealth tank come back are disappearing. This Scrin army looks unbeatable.
Yeah, it's all over now. The last war factory just went down, so, I mean, he's got 2 avatars and, what, an almost dead stealth tank, unless it's already been destroyed. No, it's still alive. But look at that, yeah, it's gone eventually, but yeah, never mind, it's dead now. And cultists are coming out. Yeah, it's just an absolute evisceration at the end there, Sybert.
DesolatorTrooper making sure that the king doesn't stay alive for long. AssassinSpy wins 1 game and loses 1 in about half the time.
Well, 10-minute game there, and again, he's flipped the script on the kill-death ratio, so AssassinSpy, instead of having double the kill-death ratio, he's now in the opposite position where Desolator had double the kill-death ratio. So that's what we're normally used to seeing. Maybe not, I guess, with Trav, because they're a bit more unit-heavy, but still, like, the Desolator just put together just a really strong push at the end there, and AssassinSpy just had absolutely no answer to that.
And that takes us to Tournament Wasteland, a map that I am not very familiar with. And of course, in King of the Hill, we have a new contender. Down here in the bottom left-hand corner, the 4th player of this event and our final newcomer. This is Bleak, aka DutchArmy, rocking the red, rocking the Zocom. But it is actually random Zocom, so you can play random, part of the Fearless draft.
And that's going to mean that returning in the top right-hand corner, we're going to have Desolator, who's also stuck with random, and he's been dealt Traveler 59 again, moving out to capture those Tiberium spikes early on. And yeah, not a map you see too often, Tournament Wasteland, so we'll have to see how these players are going to approach it.
I've definitely, maybe I've only seen a couple of games on this map, but I know for a fact I've never seen either one of these players play on this map, because if I've seen anyone play on this map, it's going to be like Bike Rush or Master Leaf or maybe Senna or Drive and Futurama. Players like that, it's not necessarily going to be DesolatorTrooper and DutchArmy, aka Bleak. So Traveler 59 versus Zocom. The joys of a little bit of a random matchup. I don't know that DutchArmy would have chosen this matchup, but he's a very good Red Alert 3 player, and he is sometimes a very good Kane's Wrath player, and then sometimes isn't quite as top-notch as he would like to be.
Yeah, I mean, if you pick random, you just have to obviously go with the good and the bad. If you get a faction you're not particularly good at, that's sort of your own fault for picking random. But like you said earlier, once you pick a faction in this tournament, you cannot repeat said faction until you have cycled through the rest of them. So I guess random's just a way of avoiding that. But yeah, obviously we're going to have to see how well he does with the Zocom faction. We do, of course, know that Desolator can play quite well with Traveler 59.
And one of the things that I liked about Desolator and there was a couple of other players who did it as well in the main event, but it felt like you never quite knew what they were going to do. DesolatorTrooper isn't as well known in the competitive scene as someone like Master Leaf, but he was still bringing creative and unorthodox plays that were super fun to watch. So even if he isn't executing at the highest level like Bike Rush owns, he's still extremely entertaining to watch. And hey, that's what we want to do here when we've got a King of the Hill event, when we've got not necessarily Bike Rush versus Futurama versus Nohayev. You know, we want to see some fun. We don't want to see the same, you know, sweaty hands all the time.
Yeah, I was impressed with that push that you did in the last game there with the drone ship, with the Devastator warships. You don't really see that too often, but let's focus now on this game here. A couple of Tier 1 units clashing in the middle with those pit bulls. Fast comm center for DutchArmy, and there's the airfield APM on the way, so he's obviously got a specific set strategy in mind because his build is moving along quite well. Meanwhile, DesolatorTrooper going for the Tier 2 and the Tier 1.5, so we're going to see a lower tier Traveler player with the upgrades very... Oh, actually, look at that, Sybert. Did you see that? He lost his engineer going for the EMP spike.
I'm gonna have to check the timer in the first game that we saw DesolatorTrooper, but he lost an engineer going for a tech structure at around the same time to a single rifleman squad or the equivalent, and that's incredibly unlucky there for DesolatorTrooper. He does have a couple of disintegrators here on the north side, going to be able to catch these pit bulls. 2 pit bulls down, a third one gets deleted, and the remaining 4 will manage to escape. Dutch Army had a dream of a nice pit bull harassment, and it just turned into nothing. AP ammo finished up extremely quickly, so this watchtower will have a lot of power here on the front line. Another pit bull does go down. This is gunwalkers, seeker tanks, and disintegrators all pouring into this Zocom natural expansion. A lot of damage output, and now the repair drones and the lightning spike. This is a lot of cost for the Scrin player, and hopefully he can make it worth it. AP ammo is extremely powerful, and there's going to be the cultists as well. Sonic emitter gets deployed, and these Scrin units are lining up nicely for it. Cultists grab an APC, and now they're running out of range, so they are keeping themselves safe. But for now, Dutch Army pushes the rest of the army back. He doesn't have a lot of forces here. These harvesters are heading right to the front line.
Yeah, man, that was he shut down the expansion for sure, and he has killed a harvester or 2, but again, he's committing very heavily to this attack, reinforcing it, like you said, with cultist extra units. He's still got the repair drones at the back, and yeah, oh, what's this harvester doing? Oh my god, just straight into those units there. He will pull back just in time. Look at that, grabs the harvester. Oh my god, Dutch Army needs to be so careful. He might have to move his MCV forward. He lost another harvester side, but these cultists are just taking the harvesters and forcing him to destroy them.
Dutch Army chooses random, and he is being shown the error of his ways. 2 more harvesters down. He hasn't learned his lesson as a third harvester steps far forward, trying to harvest from his natural expansion and just getting cut down for it. There's now 4 or 5 watchtowers on the front line, so if the cultists go for the capture, they're going to have to pay a heavy price, but that's what the gunwalkers are for. They're going to body block and absorb the damage while the cultists move forward. They deny the capture as the watchtowers gun down those cultists, and finally Dutch Army Bleak will be able to stabilize here on the natural expansion, and it is plus 4k per minute of income advantage. Firehawks come in on the right side, bomb out a refinery. That'll even up the economy.
Yeah, I didn't even spot those Firehawks till they took that ref out. But yeah, I was going to say Dutch Army would be in an absolutely catastrophic position had it not been for the Firehawks. Because this gives him the ability to actually strike back at Desolator. Because he needs to do something, because Desolator's base is basically, he can do whatever he wants right now. Going for the Shard Launcher upgrade, it's got to be Shard Launcher that's researching now. And he's putting out the Plasma Missile Batteries. I like the spread here. I would like to see it. There you go, look at that. He's got a fantastic spread of these Plasma Missile Batteries. A lot of people put them way too close together, and it actually limits the coverage of the Plasma Missile Batteries. When you place them like this, the Firehawks, it's way more coverage, so they get shot at way more often. So yeah, I definitely like the Plasma Missile Battery coverage here from Desolator. He just needs to get the Shard Launchers, and he should be able to stave off a lot of these Firehawk attacks.
DesolatorTrooper previously was floating 5 or 6 grand in the bank, and now he is drawing a 0 as he deploys his entire tech infrastructure there at the third base and all of those defenses, a ton of disintegrators. And Bleak has not gone for those heavily guarded targets. He has instead gone for another refinery in the main base. Orca strikes a power plant in the natural. Everything is concentrated here at the third base for Desolator, and that's the one place that Dutch Army is not looking.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary to keep all these disintegrators and these other units that don't shoot air around that tech center, but I guess he really wants to get Shard Launchers up, and like you said before, getting the ref and getting a power plant. I think he just dropped 2 more structures as well, so another power plant goes down. So Dutch Army, you got to hand it to him. He's done a lot of damage with these Firehawks in a very short amount of time.
And he sends him into low power mode moments before Shard Launcher's finishing his upgrade, but okay, there, it's finally done. So he did delay it by a couple more seconds as well. Very consistent bombing, and I mean, I don't know that he can fight the army. They're actually closer in army value than I would have expected. Only $5,000 separates these two. 27K for Desolator and 25K now for Bleak. So they're surprisingly close in army value, but it feels like the Firehawks are absorbing a lot of that value for the Zocom.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. DutchArmy now has basically recovered its entire economy. Loses another ref, actually, does Desolator. Doesn't get a Firehawk, and he's actually running out of refineries, Sybert. He's got two refineries now. But yeah, he's going to actually push an attack into a massive amount of AP ammo. No, I don't think so. So you have to pull back there. It's actually not looking that good anymore for Desolator.
DutchArmy is caught up in virtually every way, and yeah, as you pointed out, killing off those refineries has converted the other refineries just to parking lots. The harvester count doesn't matter when you can't actually get the Tiberium out. This one sonic emitter absorbs so much damage. Once again, it's the focal point of the attack. Zocom Orcas clean up a Gunwalker as well, and that sonic emitter absorbed so much attention, and then that AP ammo just shredded the disintegrators. A random prodigy stops next to that rifleman who sniped the engineer earlier. The hero rifleman coming back 10 minutes later to kill a prodigy. DesolatorTrooper, major missteps in 30 seconds or less.
Yeah, he really just walked out of his base and got his army chewed to pieces. Still has a lot of Gunwalkers, but again, he's down to a single ref again because he hasn't been providing enough coverage there. He had his refs on the edge of his base, and you know, DutchArmy is just exploiting that by just bombing from the sides and avoiding a lot of the shards. I don't think he's shot down a single Firehawk yet in this game.
11 harvesters worth of economy, but only one of them can refine at one time. 12 harvesters, so he must have built another refinery. And upgraded power plants getting sniped. Hammerheads moving around the map, trying to find the openings. Double power plant, no, a power plant and a barracks going down there. The Firehawks have been so consistently attacking. DesolatorTrooper had an amazing first minute, I don't know, first 5 minutes or whatever, and then has somehow just fallen behind every minute after that.
Yeah, these Firehawks are really on fire for DutchArmy here. They have done just a catastrophic amount of damage. The entire main base is gone. The entire expansion has basically been bombed out, and he's even been bombing the third to an extent. Refs are starting to get back up now, and I mean, I do like the AA coverage from Desolator, but I mean, yeah, DutchArmy has just been finding the tiniest of gaps to exploit.
The shock troopers blinked over and did manage to kill off one Firehawk, so finally, one Firehawk has gone down after they have done an enormous amount of damage, as you called out. Harvester also goes down here on the south side. These shock troopers, they're going to try and find a little bit more damage, but the Firehawks, or the Hammerheads, excuse me, show up and sort of gun down some of these shock troopers. Another Harvester may end up going down. A big volley from these shock troopers will guarantee a kill, and the Hammerheads busy shooting a lightning spike. A couple of them will go down as well. Bought enough time for a Marv, and sometimes when you're playing GDI, the only thing you need is a Marv.
Oh, look at that. Here comes the Firehawk suicide. Doesn't get the tech center. That was, I mean, an entire game of fantastic Firehawk play to a just suicide into nothing there. That was a very wildly questionable decision by DutchArmy there. And but here comes the push. I guess he figures it's like, hey, I just try to get the tech center. Now I'm going to do this push. But like you said, that lightning spike to draw the fire of the Hammerheads earlier was fantastic. Getting 2 Hammerhead kills and another Harvester for those small amount of shock troopers. But again, the fight is going to be focused here. Are there any Devastator warships? There are no Devastator warships. Oh, there's one on the way now. It's just finished. He needs it really badly to take out this MCV. And the push
Slowfield comes in. Eradicator Hexpod on the front line. A lot of Gunwalkers on the north side. And a Sonic Emitter will absorb more damage. Once again, the attention of the screen falling upon these static defenses, and that's okay with DutchArmy. No healing for this Eradicator Hexpod as the phase fires off, and he will fall to the phase. Nothing can stop the phase. As many screen players have learned over the years, if you've got a phase, you can do a whole lot with it. Behind this, Hammerhead's going to be moving in. Devastator warships going to be frontlining, and the Gunwalkers on the ground chasing away those APCs. Marv Marv stepping forward, Mechapede going down, MCV sold off, and that's Gunwalker after Gunwalker going down. This Eradicator Hexapod chasing more and more of this Zocom army further and further away from the front line. APC's trying to deal with those Devastator warships, but it's just not enough. And the blink away at the last second, we've seen it a million times, and we'll see it at least once more. The Eradicator makes it away safely.
Yeah, what a crazy engagement there, and it looks like Desolator has managed to take out the MCV, push everything back. Surprisingly, we have an uplink that's actually back here completely left to its own devices, so that will allow him to use the shockwave at some point. Firehawks coming in to strike with their missiles, and if DutchArmy hadn't thrown them away before, he wouldn't have had to rebuild them for this purpose. But, I mean, this push is basically done. The Marv is still alive, but there's no support. Had to sell off the uplink as well, so that's a complete waste of money going there. I guess he got a little bit in the refund, but yeah, this game here is going to continue, Sybert.
$5 grand in the bank for DutchArmy. So as he pulls back his army, maybe he'll have enough time to rebuild that, get those one clicks back up and running. And both players have expended enormous amounts in their armies, and I feel like they both made some mistakes and then learned from it. So the Firehawks are back out, and now there are Corruptors here to support this Eradicator. So both players managing to make good on their earlier game mistakes.
Yeah, look at that. All the Devastators being shot down. He's actually got double airfield Firehawk now, so that's crazy. That could be really dangerous if he hasn't actually sold off any of his double A, which is perfect for Desolator. But yeah, having 8 Firehawks with ceramic armor out, he needs to whittle those numbers down because they can be recycled. Blue tip field is being stolen by both players on the bottom. On the top, look at that, Sybert. It is a full field of blue cheddar.
No one is paying attention to it. It's so close to DutchArmy. Wormhole in the back of his base. Here it is, 30. Steals a rifle squad. The MCV packing up. No, there's the area mind control from the... they blinks it away! The MCV gets teleported away back to the other side of the wormhole, and now he's got a Zocom MCV, and DutchArmy, devastated by the trickery, moves back in. His Marv ready to go. His Mammoth's never going to receive that railgun upgrade. I guess this is the last march for DutchArmy. That's a lot of Firehawks, and that's a dead drone ship. So no more production from the Skrin for the moment. Everyone moving in. Get in for the big fight because it's a Tib Meteor smashing down onto that Marv to disengage the Zocom army.
Yeah, I don't know how no Firehawks were shot down when he sniped that drone. He flew into so many plasma missile batteries then and a lightning spike. Not a single Firehawk got shot down, which is fantastic for Dutch, but again, we do have an MCV out and another drone ship out as well, so I mean, damage done, but damage repaired.
A weird turn of events in this game where I feel like at every moment both players have done amazing things, and yet we're now in such a confused state. There's a million rockets on one side, a Marv, a rebuilt MCV, a billion Firehawks, 1 Mammoth tank, so maybe the Zocom will take it. But then on the other side is double production, a barracks from the Zocom player stolen by the Skrin, and an Eradicator Hexapod that can blink away at a moment's notice. I have no idea where this game is going to be going.
Yeah, there's probably going to be a little bit of teleporting that Hexapod around. There's a lot of Zocom forces and a lot of infantry on the ground as well, which is, oh, look at that. That's a really premature phase on the tripods. I don't think that was necessary. I think DutchArmy is going to be happy to see that ability used for basically no gain whatsoever. Meanwhile, speaking about that Tiberium earlier on the top of the map, DutchArmy has been collecting it, and he's got even more harvesters they're now collecting it. So who's going to be able to fund himself? Big Buzzer Swarm, though, kills quite a number of infantry on the front line there, Sybert.
That's a lot of rockets now 6 feet under. The APCs turning their guns around to save their brothers. And we missed the Firehawk strike a little bit earlier, knocking down the Warp Chasm and shutting down that production. There's the EMP coming in as the Firehawks come in for another round. It's an infinite number of Firehawks and an infinite number of bombs. The Skrin gets devastated onto the front line. Go the Zocom forces. The sell-off of the MCV from comes the stolen Dutch army, and this is now an Eradicator and a couple of tripods, and DutchArmy is sending everything that he's got. Backing up now, Lightning Spike disrupting the return of these forces. Prodigy, rebuilt for the second or third time in this game, is going to get healed back up to full. APCs running away from the front line, and there's a blink forward right as the drop pod comes in. The Marv gets EMP'd, and there's going to be the drop pod getting mind controlled. All three squads turn against their friends, get shot down as the Marv gets eliminated. EMP returns to the other side as double tripod gets shut down, and this Eradicator once again stands nearly alone, hardly any friends around him.
Yeah, what an explosive fight there. Both sides just trading vast amounts of their remaining resources in units there. The Firehawks, of course, coming over the top at the beginning. He lost 3 Firehawks that time, so he's going to be a little bit more whittled down. But yeah, look at this. The Hexpod's going to go forward. There's not a lot here for the Zocom player. He doesn't have... Oh yeah, he does have EMP grenades, and he's still got an uplink. He kept it alive, so eventually the shockwave will cool down. But I mean, this is the point where he's really going to need those EMP grenades to stop the Scrin player from doing the teleport recycle in this game. Just going to go and snare that tripod husk as well by the looks of things.
At various times, both players have been doing fantastically, but that blue Tiberium that you called out earlier has been the salvation of Dutch. He's been basically double the income of DesolatorTrooper for the last couple of minutes. So even though Dutch has taken enormous amounts of damage, he's actually up in army value, and again, a good chunk of that is those Firehawks. But those Firehawks have been putting in so much work. This game is still incredibly close, even though the stats have been so lopsided at different points in the game.
Yeah, look at this. I think he's going to, revert to bombing the spikes here because he doesn't have any targets left, right? The only targets remaining are in that massive ring of plasma missile battery, and so he's sort of at the point where he can't really afford to lose any more Firehawks just because the entire map has been picked clean of Tib. So they're only on minimal regrowth at the moment, so every unit's going to matter. I do like the EMP grenades coming out, though. I think he should have had them a lot sooner. Hexapod now is going to try to solo this army, which I think is going to be very badly if he can't get the teleport off.
The EMP lockdown could come in. There's 2, 3, maybe 4 Grenadier squads in this army. There's a couple of sniper teams as well, so if the Prodigy shows up to the front line, it could be a short trip for that Prodigy. No EMP grenades landing just yet. Harvester goes down. Eradicator will march its way into the corner and then probably get blinked to the other side of the map. As Bleak going to be hoping to trap this Prodigy, but or to trap this Eradicator, but that's a difficult thing to do when the Prodigy is alive.
Yeah, I mean, he's got those sniper teams there, I guess, for the purpose of the Prodigy, but yeah, like you said, the Prodigy is not here. Sending all
Next
the grenadiers
to the War
forward.
Factory.
Is it? Oh yeah, there's the teleport. Yeah, he's getting out of there.
Blink. No hope for those Grenadiers to land their shots. Yeah, that Tiberium just getting absorbed. Oh, here's the last Tib Spike going down. Good night to the second Tib Spike of Desolator. This is actually one of the longer amounts of time. I feel like it's kind of crazy that we made it to like the 20-minute mark where all 4 Tiberium spikes were still in the game. But now both of the Scrin ones are gone. Marv back out onto the map. DesolatorTrooper, he's getting tired of waiting around. He's ready to move out and take the fight to DutchArmy.
Yeah, it's going to be the first time in a long time we've seen him move out with actually some notable forces. I guess there's not that much here. It's just a high-tech army. I noticed he hasn't actually been refining that asteroid Tib field he's got down on his expansion there. He kind of needs that one planetary assault carrier. What's this going to achieve? Not too sure. I think the Zocom army might be able to deal with this reasonably well.
cultists here kind of getting spotted out by that zone shatter on the south side. So the fact that the cultists are here gets maybe revealed a little bit too early for DesolatorTrooper's liking, because the Hammerheads gun down those cultists before the fight even begins. The EMPs are going to be critical here as the Planetary Soul Carrier goes down to a volley from those Firehawks, and the infantry are looking for the surround. That's a hero rocket as he lands the shots. The tripod goes down and the EMPs will land. The chain is going to have to be perfect, but there's the phase. And that one Buzzer Swarm support power is going to have to do a lot of work as everything else is focused on that Eradicator Hexapod. Those buzzers actually did a massive amount of damage, but for now, the Eradicator is just locked down, held in place. The Prodigy still safe, far away. There's another EMP. A few more seconds to wait out this phase as that Eradicator continues to not take any damage. The armor is so high. There it finally evaporates, and there's the EMP. This will be lights out for the Eradicator. Dutch has fought long and hard, but he finally gets his prize. A dead epic unit, and the GG from DesolatorTrooper. 24 minutes back and forth, and Desolator is going to be kicking himself for letting that one slip away.
And that was actually a really exciting game. All 24 minutes of it were pretty action-packed there. We saw a lot of different strategies in play, but yeah, towards the end, the Hexapod just did not have enough support with it, and that was eventually just exploited by DutchArmy to just get the chain EMP off. Once the chain EMP is there, because the phase exploit has been fixed now, essentially you have to do something to rescue the Hexapod. You can't just wait for it to un-EMP and teleport it away. They can endlessly chain EMP it, and the phase will wear off under that EMP now. So yeah, DutchArmy, again, if we look at the resources, he did end up with more. Not as much as I would have thought, but yeah, enough to obviously push through at the end of the game.
And that sends us to Tournament Odyssey, Old Faithful indeed. In the north, playing the red, the King lives. This is Bleak, aka DutchArmy. He is rocking the Traveler 59.
And that's going to leave us with the bottom left-hand side player. Returning to the King of the Hill tournament is AssassinSpy. He will also be dealing Traveler 59 under a random mirror, I believe, Sybert. So we have a screen mirror on our hands.
The classic, both players choose random, and then we end up with the same factions on both sides. So it is Traveler 59, north and south. At least they're like red and blue. They're different colors as opposed to like blue and purple, which used to be an absolute nightmare. But we do have the mirror matchup, so there are some people who do hate mirror matchups, but I feel like these players have all been playing in a very entertaining style, so I'm here for it. I'm excited to see this mirror matchup.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of most mirror matchups. Screen mirrors tend to be the ones that I'm like, probably not as much. Nod mirrors, GDI mirrors, they're all fine. Screen mirrors can get a bit iffy sometimes, but I guess it comes down to how well they play. DutchArmy building 2 disintegrators on the left flank, which have evaded detection so far, so going to go harass the spikes early. Meanwhile, AssassinSpy straight for eco and just buzzer scouts only.
Both players playing Traveler, and neither one of them went for fast leg descents right out of the start of the game. So yep, those descents, they're going to attack that tib spike. Very, very slow to walk over there, but they do eventually get the damage out onto there. Should be a Gunwalker. Okay, yeah, Gunwalker walking over to save that Tiberium spike. Expansion coming out from DutchArmy.
Yeah, AssassinSpy's moved his drone ship a little way as well, but I think he's going to have to redeploy. I mean, he didn't put down the second power plant first, which means a double deploy on the way to the expansion. That just takes more time because the screen drone ship obviously takes a lot longer to deploy, although he put down a tier 2. That's really quick.
Man, those disintegrators narrowly not getting the kill on the tib spike. So yeah, fast tier 2, but it does get spotted by DutchArmy. So unfortunately for DutchArmy, he doesn't kill the tib spike, but he does get pretty much pixel perfect scouting on that nerve center.
Well, that's a fantastic scout because this nerve center could have been a lead into a push of some sort, but with extra harvesters out, I think AssassinSpy may just be abandoning whatever push he had planned. If this is a ref, he should have put the nerve center way on the boundary to extend his reach. No, it's a tech center, Cyber. Oh my god, we're going to see fast tech mecha.
He's going one base fast tech, and this is a build that I guess is as old as time here in Kane's Wrath. There used to be a lot of nod one base tier 3 builds, especially if you're going for one clicks back when one clicks were more powerful. This might actually be a build that DutchArmy just is not familiar with. He did not start playing Kane's Wrath until relatively recently compared to the age of the game, so he may not be familiar with the one base mecha build. Gunwalker sees those mechapeds, and he also sees an empty natural expansion.
Yeah, I mean, DutchArmy, though, already with the cultists out and Fastling's halfway done. I mean, it looks like he's well aware of how to counter this because cultists, man, you got enough of them, you can just go in and just go boom, 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 take all the mechas, and that would be a disaster for AssassinSpy. He's going to have to be so careful. I mean, against other scrim factions, maybe this would have been okay, but against a travel player, he's going to spot the cultists now. He's going to realize, oh man, like unless I can actually overrun them, like just run straight in and kill them all super quick, he's going to lose his mechas, and then they're going to be used back on him.
And if these mechas don't get much value, then DutchArmy basically just got a free fast expansion by comparison. A couple of Gunwalkers going to be going down. There's one of the cultists managing to grab the first mechapede. Second mecha doesn't get grabbed. Cultists gonna have to escape. DutchArmy harassing the harvesters of his opponent. That lightning spike being annoying, giving him vision, keeping an eye on his opponent, and the mechapedes now dealt with. They're chased far away.
Yeah, he killed quite a few Gunwalkers with that mecha push there. Unfortunately, yeah, one of the mechas did get captured, and now DutchArmy is going for his own mecha. He's going to have Mecha Cultist already done. AssassinSpy trying to get the eco up there. He's going to probably easily kill this mecha here, but I mean, DutchArmy is just suiciding that because he wants to free up the Cultist for another capture later on.
Always annoying to have to kill your own units like that, and despite the very, very different openings of these players, as we head towards the 6-minute mark in this game, they're gonna kind of equalize. At the current moment, DutchArmy is about 10k ahead in total resources gathered, but the tech has evened up. The harvester counts are nearly the same. The refinery counts are pretty much the same, and we are now just in full mirror matchup mode.
Yeah, both sides with the mechas. No cultists out from AssassinSpy. He's actually going for Ravagers. Oh my god, we don't see this very often. I mean, I guess it's going to be a fast attack. I mean, you can probably use them against the cultists as well, to an extent, but they are a relatively expensive unit. You generally want to use them to harass enemy harvesters. He hasn't actually got the fast leg upgrade. Has he forgotten about that? Because he definitely is going to need it. Prodigy just roaming around now. Here come these captured disintegrators to get off a little bit of a scout.
I was assuming that that fast leg upgrade was on the way, and there's the snipe of the Prodigy. Buzz of Swarm support power gets called in, and the Buzzers will all go down, but they have done their job, and still no fast leg started from AssassinSpy. I thought for sure that they would be halfway done by now, but no, it's not even started.
Yeah, he's got it going. He's just started it now, so I guess he realized seeing the slow simulator, that reminded him, because Ravagers, even without the leg upgrade, are still pretty quick. Not super quick, but yeah, once they have fast legs, they're insanely fast. But look at this, mechas on the left-hand side. Sybert looks like we might have a little bit of engagement here. There is a Prodigy here from Dutch as well, but they're going to disengage very cautiously.
Area Mind Control doesn't actually grab anything this time. Harvester gets deleted, so does the Refinery extremely quickly here. And this Tier 3, originally placed as part of the first base, may be a bit vulnerable. Ravagers get sniped, but no, they're the ones doing the sniping as they knock down that Prodigy, and the Shard Mechas will wipe them out. But this is costly for DutchArmy. This is by no means a free attack.
Yeah, both sides losing quite a bit there. But yeah, with the Prodigy down and some of the mechas getting killed, he might be okay. He was using the ability, the Tiberium Agitation on the mecha beats, trying to snipe down the Warp Chasm. Not going to happen. A lot of cultists on the left-hand side seem to have been forgotten about in this battle. They need to come in and help him out. And look at that. Another Prodigy goes down for AssassinSpy, and he's desperately trying to hold onto this Warp Chasm until the Hexapod comes out, which should be momentarily.
Commits in right as the slow field gets sent in as well. The Eradicator born into a slow life as the Mechapeds will escape, at least for now. But yeah, those cultists have been fully forgotten about there in the main base. Eradicator Hexapod getting in a 1v1 fight with the defensive turret, and the defensive turret is actually doing okay for itself. But now the cultists have finally been remembered, and both players, Mechapeds, cultists, or advanced infantry, and an Eradicator Hexapod.
Yeah, both sides have been so concentrated on these attacks here that... is that another Prodigy going down? Yeah, to the Buzzer Swarm support power. DutchArmy loses another one, but I was just about to say they're both trying to get up a third base now. Both sides very slow on the third base front here, but it's going to be Hexapod, Mechapede, Ravager. Pretty interesting. He's going to move the drone ship back. I guess he's not confident enough that he can hold this position.
Eradicator making him scared as the Ravagers come in, sniping another Mechapede. Both players losing a Mechapede on the high ground, and DutchArmy, the one advantage that he's got is his third is currently not being harassed, but AssassinSpy, he senses that that third is there. He's got his cultists moving in, could grab a harvester or two.
Look at that. He is going to be able to get 2 harvesters. There are other cultists here which could take them back. He's going to be careful about that. Storm Column comes down. Yeah, I don't think this cultist is going to be able to do too much. They are just not moving at all. So I guess AssassinSpy is a little bit preoccupied. He needs to get his own expansion down. He's a ref behind. And that cultist squad actually going to evac.
Absolutely messy game here. Cultist dying as he tries to escape. Main base, the tier 3 in the main base of AssassinSpy never actually went down earlier, and now the War Factory goes down, but before the tier 3 can be attacked, the blink back happens of that Eradicator. Both players sending their forces onto far sides of the map, but with the teleport of the Prodigy, it's easy to recall those attackers.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Shock Trooper versus Ravager. I think the Ravagers have the upper hand here, although he's not really engaging them too well. I guess he needs to keep DutchArmy busy with this attack while he sets up his own third base, and so far these Shock Troopers are now starting to get destroyed. And yeah, he's got these Ravagers here to pop any mechas that come his way, but the mechas are making their way out to the right, maybe looking to go for a counterattack Sybert.
A big mistake just letting those infantry die for nothing. And we'll see if those mechas on the right side can get some damage back. Corruptors here for DutchArmy, keeping his Eradicator at full health. Mechas moving in to the third base. Pretty much all of the army for AssassinSpy is here on the left side, so this may become do or die as the drone ship gets targeted. There on the right side, Ravagers going for the snipe. They get the refinery and they get chased away. That drone ship has no one and nothing to protect it. Good night to the MCV of the Scrin player, and there is no gravity stabilizer, so no new buildings will be created for AssassinSpy. A clock is ticking, and DutchArmy is in control.
Yeah, I mean, with the loss of the build now and AssassinSpy pulling his army back, I mean, basically every second that goes by now, DutchArmy is just going to get stronger and stronger unless he can somehow capture a ton of Mechapeds, which, I mean, so far so good.
He gets 2 of them. DutchArmy immediately deletes them. He doesn't try to commit on to the cultists to try and win those Mechapeds back. He just removes them from the game.
Yeah, I mean, these cultists, if they hadn't stopped for a second there, that maybe you could have caught up to the mechas, but the mechas are going to escape now. They're just moving too fast. Unless they cut the corner here, that's a bit tight, they should be able to get away. But yeah, like I said earlier, the longer the game goes on now, the stronger Dutch is going to get. There is a Prodigy. Oh, maybe he can get the drone ship. He's going for it right now. Dutch, I don't think, sees it. He's going to capture the drone platform. If he can get the Prodigy away and teleport it, he can restart his build.
That's one way to get yourself back in the game. He sells it off, but the gravity stabilizer does exist for DutchArmy. So as long as he keeps that alive, he can rebuild that MCV, and he's already got his third base up and thriving. Eradicator Hexapod from DutchArmy going to be focusing down that nerve center, and the tier 3 is still there. This Prodigy getting chased into the corner, and DutchArmy, he blinks back his own Eradicator, brings it safely back home. Devastation for AssassinSpy.
Yeah, it's basically all over for AssassinSpy. Even though he's got the tier 3, he can't do anything with it. He can only build disintegrators and buzzers, and he's just not going to win. He just doesn't have enough left to win this game. I mean, unless he can keep these cultists alive and somehow...
Sniping the stasis and sniping the nerve center were critical there for DutchArmy, just to make sure that no more prodigies can steal anything, no more sneaky plays like that.
So many mechas here from Dutch now. I mean, if these cultists, they need to get off an epic capture. Otherwise, it's good night. The Hexapod is here. Only has one shock trooper garrisoned in it, so he hasn't actually properly even garrisoned. It's going to get destroyed here. Look at that. Oh my god, just melts him.
Oh, that's a dead Eradicator. And there goes the Prodigy as well. So DutchArmy does lose some units for it, but he's got change in his pocket. He can rebuild his army anytime he wants. Cultists now getting shot at by these shock troopers, and they'll do what they can. Tier 3 getting targeted, but that's a build queue rebuilt by DutchArmy. You gotta hope in the power of disintegrators if you're a fan of AssassinSpy, because at this point, that's about all he's got left.
I mean, he's done a good job to kill a lot of Dutch's units. He's been very cost effective, but probably because he's got nothing else to do aside from micro these units. He's going to kill out all his own, shock troopers. But yeah, that disintegrator push doing some damage, but ultimately I can't see it winning the game. It will eventually be cleaned up by those buzzer hives.
Disintegrators, maybe if there had been more of them, they could have set upon that MCV, but the reinforcements show up. The Buzzer Swarm support power gets called in. DutchArmy cleans up the base. It's heading into winter time here where I live, but it's spring cleaning where DutchArmy lives, and he has got his house clean and set in order to win this game.
And look, using the slow field on the cultist as well. I mean, he doesn't have anything here but the Hexapod, I guess. Oh my god, the Hexapod, okay, is just going to flatten a lot of those cultists. And look at the mechas are coming in. All of AssassinSpy mechas are dead. He fought right down to the last, but this is it, Sybert. This is going to be the end of AssassinSpy.
AssassinSpy putting up a good fight, but in the end, the GG comes out, and long live the king. DutchArmy claims his second victory and will be the first king to actually stay on the hill for more than one game.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a good job. Look at the kill death ratio there. Essentially, once he took out AssassinSpy build by catching AssassinSpy out of position, from there he was able to just very gradually win the game. AssassinSpy became very cost effective towards the end there because he basically had to. Like I said, he's doing nothing else but microing. But yeah, it just, with the economy behind him, like Dutch is just replacing those losses, and he's just eventually going to wear down AssassinSpy. That's what happened. AssassinSpy fought right down to the last, but it's just not going to be enough.
A big thank you to Green Zero for joining us for the first couple of games of this King of the Hill. And of course, if you want to check out Green Zero, you can find his channel linked in the description, as well as the link to Chronosphere, as we jump into game number 5. And that sends us to Toxicity for a mirror matchup, a random mirror matchup again, as we have on the left side the current King of the Hill. This is Bleak. DutchArmy representing Blackhand this time, and playing the yellow, also playing Blackhand. This is Numbfish. Numbfish looking to put his first win on the board here in King of the Hill, round number 5. Kicking it off with a fun game number 1. And I think because of availability, not coming back now until this point. So we did get a little bit out of order there, but again, this was played based on player availability. And, you know, sometimes little mistakes do happen because one person is available and another person is not. So in the oh, double war factory, super fast, and it will be scouted. This is a full-on, all-in double war factory, one refinery, and it gets spotted. We've talked previously about how DutchArmy may not have the best understanding, which, by the way, this is DutchArmy, not Dirty Dutch coming in here in this game. But DutchArmy may not have the best understanding of some of these old-school Kane's Wrath builds. He will be somewhat familiar with this, but how experienced is he against it? First Scorpion tank goes down. Harvester's going to be getting targeted. There's going to be the sell-off of the Shredder Turret to add another Cabal squad into the mix. More Harvesters, more Scorpion tanks going down. For now, the bikes are healthy, extremely healthy, as they have lots of HP, and that's another dead Harvester. Bleak down to one Harvester despite his refinery advantage, and now it's going to be 3 Harvesters for Numbfish. So this is not over. Numbfish with a huge strike, the double war factory bike all in, has been doing wonders for him. Harvester gets tagged a little bit here. This is enough bikes that he can park them and suicide them to try and get another kill if he wants. So far, we aren't seeing that. 2 more bikes being added into the mix. This guy should go back home for some repairs. It does lessen your power a little bit. And also, at this point, he could start trying to steal away that blue Tiberium. Even if it's not worth it for Numbfish to drive his own Harvester to the blue Tiberium, what he doesn't want is for DutchArmy to be able to steal that blue Tiberium in a minute or two as a mechanism of getting himself back in this game. So even if Numbfish doesn't take the blue Tiberium for himself, he definitely needs to keep an eye on it as this game progresses. Killing the Tib Spike, an excellent choice, and he used his engineer for the 3rd Tib Spike. So this is perfect from Numbfish, knocking Dutch down with this 1-2 punch. Buggy absorbs all the damage. That is the goal of the Buggy. 2 of these bikes extremely low on health. They need to be pulled back to the back of the pack so that they don't absorb the first shots from these Scorpion tanks. Repositioning. Toxicity is a fairly open main field, but it is not completely open. It is half defended, and it won't be enough. Another Harvester going down. Bleak, King of the Hill, 40 bucks to his name, but Numbfish is wanting to end that streak right here, right now. No player except for Dutch has had a streak longer than 1 game, and what a tragedy it would be for Bleak if he did lose after a streak of 2. He's the first one to get a streak going, and then immediately it gets fumbled, dropped, as this double war factory all in might just be enough to decapitate him. And then, of course, long live the king. Scorpion tanks now mixed into this army. 13.9k of army versus just 4. As soon as the attack starts, the game is over. Bike's going to be coming in. That's 1 Harvester. No, 1 Scorpion tank down. A 2nd gets eliminated. And there's the fire sale. There's the GG. DutchArmy taps out. And the king is dead. Long live the king. Numbfish gets his first win in this King of the Hill format. And that brings us to Tournament Wasteland and to the EMP spike in the middle. In the bottom left-hand corner, playing the cyan marked of Kane. Give it up for Numbfish.
And his opponent for the moment in the top right-hand corner of the map, rocking the blue in the screen. This is DesolatorTrooper.
Welcome back to Korak. Once again, a player or an individual who casted a bunch of games for Chrono Clash 2, joining back up for the Chrono Clash King of the Hill expansion event. How have you been doing over there in your League of Legends casting?
I've been doing great, making a lot of progress, making a lot of friends. The community is a lot more wholesome than I expected, at least from the casting side. Obviously, players are still just as toxic as you would expect, but I'm happy to be back here, Sybert, and I'm happy to be helping out with the Chrono Clash and a King of Hill at that.
Yeah, only 2 players in this game. I hope it doesn't confuse your 10-player adapted mind. Coming down to just 2 guys duking it out 1v1 style. Marked of Cain for Numbfish, getting to see a fresh rotation of factions. And of course, DesolatorTrooper playing a little bit of random, playing a little bit of Trav, now switching over to Scrin. Buggy denies the scout in the north. Everything's looking nice and calm for Korak's first game back here in Cain's Wrath in a while.
Absolutely. Nothing really weird. We don't have anything with fast legs coming out, taking some shenanigans. There's no real bike rush or anything like that. No all-ins. Just very standard openers, gunwalkers, immediately into seekers. All stuff you normally expect to see. Also a pretty solid map to start off on, too. You know, 3 bases to go in between, plus the blue Tiberium on each side, which I suspect in a couple of minutes we're going to start contesting over. I forget exactly how long it takes for blue Tiberium to grow at this point, but we'll get to see together, Sybert.
And you missed an earlier game on this map where the blue Tiberium was the entire comeback mechanism for one of the players. Both players were sort of harvesting from the southern blue Tiberium field, and then later in the game, the blue Tiberium in the north, which had been ignored by both players, was a gigantic comeback mechanic. Numbfish goes for his 3rd refinery at his natural expansion into a war factory, so very balanced builds from both players. DesolatorTrooper starting to move out with a couple of Seekers and a couple of Gunwalkers.
Another traditional opener here for DesolatorTrooper, but we should see it scouted out here. Numbfish did see it coming. He sent a Raider buggy in there. His scouting has been significantly more powerful, so he has time to prepare for it. And I think most importantly, he's got time to get a couple of Scorpion tanks out to go mano-a-mano with the Seeker tank, Sybert.
Ooh, little buzzer getting sniped on the left side. Seekers ready to go, but they see those Scorpions at the front door. Meanwhile, Nerve Center is up. Tier 3, not going to be next. It's actually straight into the stasis, so we could have that stasis shield activated if any fights come out. But for the current moment, both players happy to disengage.
Absolutely, and I think making the use of those Seeker tanks to try and get a little bit of not just vision, but just start to poke at Numbfish are going to be really, really good. No real action just quite yet. However, it looks like a couple of the bikes were left to their own devices, run directly into the Seeker tanks and got to get taken down, and that may not seem like a lot, but on these smaller maps, every single one of those units is so important, Sybert.
We'll see if DesolatorTrooper actually moves out, makes advantage of those couple of kills. For the current moment, he's just hanging out in this field. Both players still happy to play it very calm and cool. So maybe those bikes won't matter after all, as both players are kind of just passively sitting back. Upgrades coming in, tech coming in from both players. Scorpion tanks, they better not drive any further away. They will be massively out of position for this army in the south.
Absolutely, and it doesn't look like Numbfish sees this coming. He doesn't have anything to intercept just quite yet. Most of his Scorpion tanks are in the north, starting to engage, just like you said, Sybert, there. And now it looks like Numbfish is going to suffer a little bit as one of his Harvesters gets targeted and destroyed, and that's a full load of blue Tiberium already gone, but it's not over just quite yet because Numbfish is hammering the top lane, getting some much-needed revenge in the top side.
Hey, there's no lanes on this map. As DesolatorTrooper moves in, he's going to get locked down by these Tib troopers, slowing his Seeker tanks down. And as Numbfish has a huge number of Scorpions on the north side of the map, they're just sitting there idle, only moving out just now. A couple of Seeker tanks trying to trade with these Scorps, but these are Scorps with Dozer blades. They may not ever get their laser capacitors, but they've got those defensive upgrades. Seeker tanks on the north going to be pushing back Numbfish. Both players trading small blows, but no major damage done on either side.
At the very least, the nice thing here in the background is all of these Scorpion tanks building up, sort of staying here in positioning, but the movement here for the Seeker tanks is significantly better, and DesolatorTrooper is doing a lot of work here, making his way once again back into those bases, having to worry about these Tib Troopers, but these Harvesters are in danger. They do get targeted and have to force their way out, but this field is mostly gone, so it's not the worst thing for them to have to deal with. I think over time, the more and more Scorpion tanks you have on the map, you can just sort of blot out the sun, which seems to be the strategy for Numbfish.
Late game scrin units and upgrades coming in, and of course Numbfish is Marked of Cain, so he will never get laser capacitors. He may have supercharged particle beams, but no lasers for that late game Scorpion tank upgrade. This could be a real problem. Right now, Numbfish has a massive army value advantage, but as the Scrin army gets better, as those late-game abilities like Stasis Shield come online or phase, the army value may be a bit deceptive. Those cheap nod units may not actually get as much power out onto the field as it looks like.
The spam is real, and there are still angles for them to try and make something happen, but Numbfish needs to assault sooner rather than later because more and more tripods are beginning to build up in the background, and Numbfish doesn't have a completely blank army here. He's got plenty of Enlightened going around one side, so we're looking for a 1-2 punch as the Scorpion tanks move in and start the fight truly. A couple of defenses down on the side of DesolatorTrooper. Those tripods doing so much work. They just need to buy a little bit of time, but look at all the Scorpion tanks. They're still just continuing the onslaught. First Stasis Field down, try to lock them down, but the Enlightened gonna get the 2 tripods, absolutely devastating the entire army for DesolatorTrooper. DesolatorTrooper popping down a little bit of stasis, but I think it's only gonna hit 1 tripod. That might just barely be enough. EMP after EMP coming down. Tip Troopers trying to dig out, trying to find the damage, as finally I think this objective has popped its way out. Scorpion tanks are no longer controlled like they were before, and the fight goes on, Sybert.
DesolatorTrooper really should not be holding the line in this moment. Numbfish should have smashed him, especially with those EMPs, and yet Numbfish was the one retreating. Finally, the tripods go down, the phase wears off, and now this Devastator warship stands alone. Where are the buzzer hives? Where are the photon cannons? Where are the reinforcements from DesolatorTrooper? They're nowhere to be seen. His income devoted to units elsewhere on the map, while his third base gets ravaged, knocked down, and destroyed. Shock Troopers coming in, but this is going to be a dead MCV before the Shock Troopers can do much of anything.
There it is. Sybert drone ship goes down, and Numbfish is looking in such a great spot. He's got control. He's got firm control over his own natural expansion, and he's completely stopped the expansion of his opponent and cost his the other side so much money. We are entirely long distance harvesting. We do have blue Tiberium up, and I think Numbfish has been able to get his hands on the neutral objective. It's hard for me to tell from my side. We do have a T3 out, so that's going to be another tick, and we might see a bit of avatars here in a bit.
The slow rebuild of Numbfish, he was existing with that standing army for so long. He didn't have to rebuild anything, and now he's finally having to rebuild. So yeah, we see the avatars, we see the Venoms with the supercharged particle beams. Unfortunately, kind of getting caught out by those Shock Troopers. These avatars are not necessarily the best unit to go against these Shock Troopers. The Venoms are here, though. 3 Venoms with supercharged particle beams just blasting away at those Shock Troopers. A Commando as well, just to help deal with stuff on the ground. And eventually, these Devastator warships will go down to the power of the Venom.
And just right there on cue, 1 Devastator warship going to get targeted and should go down. However, there is a Gunwalker to provide a little bit of damage. More Shock Troopers going all over the map. But I think at this point, Numbfish is going to be happy with trades. If he can continue to interrupt that second natural expansion, he can continue to keep up these trades. But he's got to be careful. The pendulum can switch. Oh my God, words are hard. The pendulum can switch extremely quickly to the other side, like we just saw with the avatars.
Numbfish has, for most of this game, had an army value advantage, but his army isn't always together. And in this case, He was fighting against aircraft with no anti-air for a moment, then the Venoms show up and the avatars walk into tripods without any additional support. No EMPs. They were in the wrong spot of the map. Numbfish's army is better, or at least it was better, but it wasn't all together. And now he is paying for those mistakes. Once again, 3 more avatars down here, plus Tib troopers. He can defend these attacks if his army is all together, but they're kind of getting caught apart, piecemealed, and shot up.
Unfortunately for Numbfish, you hit the nail right on the head. The concave is just not there. He's got to spend some time to regroup his forces because he's really lost the advantage that he fought so hard for. And once again, the Venoms are here, but they're still not engaging anything, and they've got to run to all these shock troopers, and the shock troopers are just taking pot shots over and over with the help of these Devastator warships.
Shock Trooper's going to be blinking down to the south side. That's 1 dead avatar as the reinforcements come in. Now Mechapede's here as the phase lands on top of the tripods to save them. Make sure that something escapes from this Skrin army. Attacking into an obelisk is normally a bad idea, but I see 3 dead avatars. Okay, maybe just 2 dead avatars as everything changes targets to knock down that obelisk. Venoms come in, but that's a lot of gunwalkers to put them in the ground. And now I will soon see 3 dead avatars as soon as these tripods come back online. They're still phased, but there's no EMPs for playing Marked of Cain. We expect to see EMP after EMP, and we're just not seeing anything. Somehow the Avatar is the last unit standing. The tripods would rather shoot the SAM site than knock down that Avatar, and finally it does go down. Numbfish with supercharged particle beams. This is the first Shredder turret that I remember seeing in this game.
It's down and out, just like Numbfish. Numbfish had some quite the advantage and really squandered it in that about mid to late game, and now is very struggling right here. Get a lot of Obelisk of Lights down. He puts down the laser fence on top of the T3, but at this point, Sybert, it's too little too late.
The army value has swung massively in favor of DesolatorTrooper, and now everything value, the income, the economy, that is an amazing EMP, but there just aren't very many units. What about the Devastator warship? If you kill the ground army, but you don't kill the air artillery, how do you deal with that? Obelisk goes down, Lightning Spike is here as well, and there's the target of the Tier 3 to try and shut down any future Obelisk production. MCV low on health, no one here to defend it. Numbfish is fighting to the end, but the end is coming quickly for him.
There it is, Sybert, the fire cell in the north as Numbfish just tries to buy himself more and more time. And I think it's all but inevitable at this point. Unless DesolatorTrooper just completely disconnects his router, I don't see any way for Numbfish to come back from this. The T3's gone, the natural expansion's gone, and pretty soon, so will be the very first natural expansion for Numbfish as he loses a war factory, calls the GG, and that's going to be the end to game number 6. Moving into 7 here soon with DesolatorTrooper being the new King of the Hill, Sybert.
The king is dead. Long live the king. And that sends us to Tournament Undergrounds. And the new challenger in the bottom left-hand corner. This is AssassinSpy.
And his opponent trying to hold on to his hill in the blue, playing the Mirror GDI. Give it up for DesolatorTrooper.
Can he become the 2-time King of the Hill? He's now won 2 games, but that's spread out. He doesn't have the streak just yet. And currently, DutchArmy has the hottest streak of 2. So 1 win here means that he matches the current top streak. And by the end of the 20 games, we'll see how many total streaks or what is the longest streak that we have. But right now, going from Marked of Cain versus Skrin into a GDI mirror is a bit of whiplash.
Absolutely, and when you look at this too, this is one of the old school rush maps, and to see just double GDI on each side is super funny. I don't think we're going to get anything like sort of the Master Leaf strategies, which are the flying MRTs, because this is standard GDI, but I can still hope every single game for flying MRTs, because they will never stop being goofy, Sybert.
Actually, just the other day, I casted a game where, as a non-Steel Talons faction, Master Leaf did the flying APC thing. I don't remember if he was Zocom or if he was GDI, but he was not Steel Talons, so he did it quite recently in game. You are, you know, that sort of stuff does still happen. Tib Spike in the south, grabbed by AssassinSpy. There is also an APC engineer kind of in the north, heading through the middle of the map for DesolatorTrooper.
And we are getting the development of both natural expansions, with DesolatorTrooper just a tiny bit behind, but that shouldn't affect the build order too much. APC making its way all the way over with that engineer like you were talking about, so maybe we're going to see a spicy MCV steal. There's a non-zero chance for it. It just got deployed, and there are no watchtowers just quite yet.
What a way to get a second win in a game with an MCV steal. Would be absolutely massive for DesolatorTrooper. Would be perhaps a mental breaker for AssassinSpy if his second, or I guess his third outing, he ends up losing to an MCV cap. But we'll see if it's actually successful. MCV looking for the... Oh, he gets it!
He took it, Sybert! That's
he immediately sells it.
What
perfectly done.
Absolutely devastating. And this engineer is still alive. Look at him. He's going for the War Factory. Is he going to get his hands on the War Factory too, Sybert? No, the sell-off happens right there at the last second, but that's the entire natural expansion gone for the left-hand side. DesolatorTrooper starting off strong in his second match of King of the Hill.
And a little bit too late, AssassinSpy has his own APC engineer currently aimed at the natural expansion of DesolatorTrooper. Maybe the path back in is just more degeneracy, as it is going to be, I think, spotted right as the War Factory deploys there at the natural expansion. DesolatorTrooper should realize that. Pitbull's fighting at the main base. DesolatorTrooper should realize DesolatorTrooper...
No. It's deploying behind the tree, engineer going for it, and we're going to get a double MCV steal from each side, Sybert. It's been quite some time since I've done Kane's Wrath, and what a welcome back, Sybert. What a welcome back.
Absolute lunacy as AssassinSpy falls to the MCV steal and then says, nah, I can do it better. Gets his own MCV cell, forces the War Factory to be sold as well, but both engineers do get sniped. MCV now sold off, so a little bit less value for AssassinSpy than DesolatorTrooper got. And this is a big army, a big push from DesolatorTrooper. He's up double the army value, basically, of AssassinSpy. AssassinSpy was slower to the game, and that has cost him.
The MCV, most importantly, is out once again, making its way over to the natural expansion, but that army is just marching its way down Main Street, making its way over here sooner rather than later, and I don't think we have the forces here on the side of DutchArmy.
DesolatorTrooper pushing forward, a couple of rocket squads getting shot up. AssassinSpy needs to buy time. A moment ago, he had $7 grand in the bank. He can make up for the army value difference as long as he has a bit of time, and he's buying it with 5 Pitbulls into the main base of DesolatorTrooper. AssassinSpy causing a bit of chaos, delaying further reinforcements, and making this attack a little bit slower and a little bit weaker. Predator tanks going toe-to-toe with the rockets, and both sides with almost equal army compositions, but not equal numbers. DesolatorTrooper gets pushed back.
What an absolute insane game. The tables constantly continue to turn on each side. And I like this defense here by DutchArmy. DutchArmy win. I don't have an insane amount of money, but my opponent has a healthy amount of units coming my way. So what do? I produce these rocket squads. I produce these literal meat shields, and then I just hammer down my opponent. And it's worked so well for him, because at this point, DesolatorTrooper's kind of unsure what to do. They're delayed in their natural expansion. Sure, they have the refinery out and going, but at this point, DutchArmy is basically back online.
AssassinSpy is looking super good. What a turnaround from those MCV caps earlier. Another engineer was produced by DesolatorTrooper, but AssassinSpy kept a power plant in the natural expansion, sold it off, got the rifleman, and then sniped that engineer with it. So kind of a clever later play for AssassinSpy. What was just a power plant of necessity turned into an opportunity.
Absolutely, and those small things are truly adding up. I think what will be really interesting to see is if we even make it over to the secondary natural expansions for each player. But if anyone's poised to do it, it is going to be DutchArmy. However, DesolatorTrooper has built up quite well, and he has a bit of AP hammerheads ready to go to deal with some of that, but that's going to be a lot of rocket squads to deal with. I think with the number of man spam we have on the side of DutchArmy, hopefully we're going to see an armory slap down somewhere and some upgrades on those units. If you're going to invest in them, you may as well double down.
I'm excited for DutchArmy to show up in this game, because this is AssassinSpy versus DesolatorTrooper, and AssassinSpy, as you say, does have an incredible amount of infantry. Rocket squads peppering the map, but this is turned into kind of a regular game now that we're 8 minutes in, but our paths to get here were extremely odd. So yeah, some of those things, some of those typical upgrades may have been missed. AP ammo is at least here, but as you say, it's extremely bizarre that we don't have an armory, we don't have those upgrades done yet for the infantry of AssassinSpy.
Yes, indeed. No armory, no DutchArmy in this one, AssassinSpy. I'm a little bit out of practice if you can't tell, but I do like this response here by DesolatorTrooper. We've gone immediately into a couple of Shadowers, and all he needs is about 3 or 4 of these to do the damage on the other side, because they're good not only against static structures, but they're not too bad against the APCs and everything else, but this is still quite the chunk to deal with for AssassinSpy. DesolatorTrooper needs to get these numbers up a little bit more, and he's going to be investing heavily into these hammerheads, and I would like to see more of these Shadowers, hopefully.
The degeneracy is not, okay, it's just going to be a tip spike capture in the north. There's an engineer loaded into a hammerhead, and I thought he was going to cross the map to try to go for another MCV cap. But in this case, he just grabs that tip spike in the north. It's nice and safe, and AssassinSpy moves his army forward.
Okay, good. Something good to note here. AssassinSpy does have slingshots, but they're not in position just quite yet, which means those hammerheads have been scouted out. First Mammoth tank is here to do a little bit of damage, getting a little bit of scouting here for the hammerheads. A lot of back and forward. One Predator tank getting caught out in an unfortunate position. The concave is much better here on the other side, but they're still continuing their death dance back and forward as the hammerheads go in rockets back and forward, dealing damage, getting a splash, but it's just not going to be enough as the Shadowers move their way forward. Sybert.
Some of these hammerheads have zone troopers inside of them as well, so keeping them alive is paramount importance. They are extremely expensive units to produce with the zone troopers inside. Reclamator hubs deployed for both players. Marv's finally on the way.
And there it is, Sybert. My favorite unit is on the map. Boy, did I miss you, Juggernaut. But here you are in all of your glory on the side of DesolatorTrooper. Excited to see that. We're going to turn that immediately into a Marv. Marv is out, so hopefully we're going to get some upgrades in them, get some units on those mounting points, because if I remember correctly, too, the mounts are a little bit upgraded. Slingshots over here in the background, able to pick up a good chunk of the Air Force, but there's still 4 hammerheads left over on the right-hand side, and these slingshots are so far left completely undealt with, I guess.
3 engineers getting run over. Those slingshots had no business being in that position in DesolatorTrooper's base, and AssassinSpy escapes with all of them. That was That was an illegal move. I can't believe he got away with that. Ridiculous movement from those slingshots.
Absolutely. Penalty flag should be issued here on the other side just for pure shenanigans. Go back to the 20-yard line. MCV actually in a little bit of trouble. It's transitioning right here, but the entire force for DesolatorTrooper has made their way. He does have his own Marv out and ready to go. Slingshots are still here hunting, seeking for these air forces, but the biggest problem to deal with is these Juggernauts. Granted, man spam is decent into Juggernauts, but you're going to need more than man spam to take them out. I guess if they get close enough, but I don't think they're going to allow that. Slingshots once again continuing a bit of shenanigans, making their way, scouting, getting free scout left and right, and picking off hammerhead after hammerhead. That's 1 down, that's 2 down, that's 3. There's so much value in these slingshots. So often do the slingshots just have absolutely no value, but they picked up engineers, they picked up air force, and it's been non-stop scouting as DesolatorTrooper desperately tries to get the tempo in his favor as he pushes into mid. Sybert.
I didn't know you could do that. I didn't think you could just send units that can't shoot down across the map and they'll be totally fine. The slingshots, one of them finally did get knocked down by a mammoth tank. A little bit of a clash in the north as the Marvs are duking it out. Firehawks come in, split their bombs, don't get either target in the south, and these railgun mammoths are incredibly powerful. EMP shockwave artillery could be the key for either side. Whoever lands it first might have the big advantage if the other player isn't ready, and both bank accounts are pretty much drawing a zero. DesolatorTrooper sells something off, so he's got the cash on hand. He needs a few more dollars to fire this off, and he's waiting for them soon. He desperately needs nothing because he shuts down the Marv immediately. DesolatorTrooper kills the epic of AssassinSpy, and the fight is over before it even begins.
The unsung hero is going to be the Shatterers. They did a lot more damage than people may have anticipated as this Marv marches its way directly into the first natural expansion of his opponent. There is a refinery on the secondary natural expansion, but I don't think that's going to save you from all of this hurt marching its way directly into your house.
These Juggernauts may get targeted by the Zone Troopers, but that's a consolation prize when you've got your base getting thrashed, the Marv with half HP railgun mammoths, and a hero rocket squad putting out the damage. There's no hope for AssassinSpy's natural. He's going to have to pull out some real amazing moves to get this one a win.
The cavalry has arrived for AssassinSpy, but unfortunately that cavalry cannot shoot this Marv because it's only slingshots. He's sending plenty of units here to try and buy some time, but I think it's too little too late. Once again, I agree with you, Sybert. I don't think there's any way for him to turn this around as the Marv is just left completely alone inside the base. T3 is here, Juggernaut on Juggernaut as Zone Troopers make their way over to the back, so we're at least looking for some sort of angle. A couple of reinforcements coming down, and Marv trying to keep these Juggernauts alive so they can continue to destroy structure after structure. DesolatorTrooper calling in reinforcements after reinforcements and looking in top form to maintain the hill, really.
DesolatorTrooper took way more damage on his Marv from a single Juggernaut than I was expecting. I love this Hammerhead showing up late for AssassinSpy to kill a couple of rocket squads to deal with those Zone Troopers, and one supersonic airstrike knocks down one of the Hammerheads. The other Hammerhead will fall with the GG as DesolatorTrooper makes it a streak of 2 games.
DesolatorTrooper maintaining his King of the Hill while AssassinSpy is going to have to try again, but I've got to admit, what an exciting game number 2. I was not, on my bingo card, I did not have double MCV capture on my bingo card, Sybert.
Sometimes Kane's Wrath just gives and gives and gives. And that sends us to Tournament Airstrip. Long live the King. On the left side, rocking the steel talons, this is DesolatorTrooper.
And over on the right-hand side, playing the red in the screen, this is Bike. I don't know if that's an alias for someone, though, Sybert.
No, Blick.
Oh, it's just Blick? Okay.
Blick.
I had it correct.
Yeah, that's DutchArmy.
Shortens. Oh, okay. So now we finally have DutchArmy, right? DutchArmy not playing DutchArmy, mixing it up with the aliases, but we're starting up strong. We've got a couple of buzzers already making their way towards this neutral Tiberium spike, and it looks like we have our first assimilator out and ready to go. But if it's not careful, it's going to get taken down by these rifleman squads. He's trying very hard to line of sight and sneak his way in, but unfortunately, it's just not going to happen. Buzzer squad should be able to pick up kills, but losing that engineer, losing that tip spike is going to be quite an early blow, Sybert.
Oh, the combat engineer earning his name as well. I can't believe he got the kill on both of those buzzers. Third buzzer coming in, gets the kill on the third. That engineer is a hero.
Hard hat with a handgun for sure for that combat engineer, already starting off strong. And I'm just seeing a lot of really good notes here. You know, once again, my bingo card was not filled with triple kill on hard hat with a handgun. It's absolutely silly, and I'm here for it, Sybert.
That might, we talk a lot about, you know, mental breakers sometimes. That one might be a mental breaker. We'll see if DutchArmy is able to bring it back. Bleak has been playing quite well in this King of the Hill event, but as we can see by the fact that he was the challenger in this case, he is not unbeatable. So MRT is out on the map. We'll see if you get your wish for a proper flying MRT.
I can hope. At this point, it's the only thing remaining on my Christmas list going into this third game, or I guess seventh game for you, third game for me. Really excited to see it. But grabbing that neutral objective is going to be so powerful, because not only was it denied for DutchArmy, which is an easy 500 gold, everything made after that is just pure cash. Because the first time you grab Tiberium spikes, of course, plenty of y'all know, will give you that cash infusion, which is great.
And on top of that, not only does DesolatorTrooper get the Tib spike, he's also going for the blue Tiberium as well. So he could be far ahead of the Scrin in terms of income. For the current moment, DutchArmy is about 3k ahead in total resources gathered, which is what we expect to see for the Scrin player. So 1 or 2 harvesters going down, and DesolatorTrooper could absolutely jump into the lead in terms of economy.
Absolutely, and that's kind of a double-edged sword for the Scrin factions. They have a stronger economy, which means they almost need that stronger economy to eke out some sort of advantage. But I do like what Dutch is doing. Dutch has plenty of units marching their way across the map, continuing that scouting, and that's something I try to harp on these players over and over, is how important that scouting is. We do have MRTs out, with, I believe, rocket squads in, pushing out the first little gunwalker, who was just kind of there for a little bit of scout, wanted to peek his head in, and unfortunately got put in the dirt.
The secondary scout is this random buzzer at the natural expansion of DesolatorTrooper. Dutch doing a good job of keeping an eye on everything that Deso is doing. MRT's now going to be moving out. Gunwalkers have a decent idea of this, and for now, DutchArmy's Harvester has evaded any damage, so still full health, still looking good. Gunwalkers way down in the south. We'll see. This is a split MRT force. There's some in the north and some in the south. The ones in the south get pushed away very easily by those Gunwalkers.
Minefield down, but the Gunwalkers do not want that. They've got to respond to the Harvester issues up here. Minefield immediately inside of it. Triple minefield popping the way down. Going to make it even harder there for that side. Couple of Gunwalkers coming in, trying to provide much needed support as the Harvesters just run right over the mines, going down to about half HP, but the focus fire is not here for DesolatorTrooper, and he's getting pushed into a corner by these Gunwalkers. Gunwalkers looking for their pound of flesh, trying to take it out on the MRTs, but the repair is just a little bit too strong, Sybert.
I can't believe how low all of those harvesters ended up getting. Storm Riders now going to be coming in. This is the air switch that no one was expecting, as DutchArmy knocks down one and a second MRT. Rocket squads did manage to eject on out, so they'll get an additional couple of shots, but the harvesters survive, and now DutchArmy is up 10 harvesters to the 8 of DesolatorTrooper. That Tib spike advantage in the early game means nothing now.
Absolutely, and gunwalkers are everywhere across the map along with these storm riders. We do have a hay here, but it's only going to be one, so they can find and irk out some damage, but it doesn't look like DutchArmy wants to take it. He's going to try and fly around and look for greener pastures, and I don't really blame him. I've seen Bike Rush talk about these storm riders only being good in numbers of like 10s or 20, but they do get one harvester. One harvester going to get taken down in that drive-by. That's super good for him to pick up the slingshots, ultimately push out the storm riders, as the storm riders have to retreat, but they've got to be happy with that small little engagement, especially with the economic advantages that their team has so far. Harvester in and Harvester out almost immediately. Didn't grab too much blue Tiberium. Looks like at this point in the game, DesolatorTrooper had already made out with the lion's share of that blue Tiberium in the north, Sybert.
Firehawk is going to get at least one volley off, but that's the third total harvester down. These Storm Riders have earned their place in this game. Another harvester down to about half HP. DesolatorTrooper, he was down on harvesters. He kept up the numbers well enough, but the additional 2 kills from those Storm Riders have brought him down to only 6 harvesters versus the 10 of DutchArmy. And as we move and look towards those third bases, 10 harvesters long distance mining is such a bigger economy than what DesolatorTrooper will have.
Absolutely. Tiberium Spike getting targeted, going down about half HP, but I think this is exactly what DesolatorTrooper is waiting for. These Gunwalkers are completely exposed. Titans moving their way in, taking down 1, looking for 2, looking for the splash damage, trying to lock them down, but the Gunwalkers are just a little bit too fast as the slingshots mirror the other side, waiting for those air forces to come in, and they're just not going to happen. Eradicator Hexapod on the map. Gunwalkers moving their way forward, and that Eradicator wants to get its hands on these Titans. No blink forward or anything like that, but still, this should be a healthy amount of damage and another infusion of resource as the fighting continues. Tripods making their way in. DesolatorTrooper having to back his way out. He did keep his Tiberium Spike alive, but it's going to cost him at least a couple of Titans.
This Eradicator Hexapod going to buy so much time for DutchArmy to do whatever he wants. Take the third base, tech up further, build up an army, go for another tech switch. Anything he wants, he is going to be able to do. Mastermind is here on to the front line, so we do have Mastermind, Gunwalker, Tripod, and Eradicator all ready to go for the Scrin player.
Oh no, Sybert, and in the northern section of the map, another 2 harvesters go down to the air forces and the lightning spike of DutchArmy. Absolutely devastating. More and more harvesters, more and more economy going down left and right, and nobody has developed just quite yet into the natural expansion. We do have a drone ship, but no refinery, so we're still waiting on that, and I think we're also waiting on a Marv ready to go here for the Steel Talons. 4 Firehawks out and ready to go, continuing bombing runs back and forward, and there is the Marv right on cue, Sybert.
And there are the Firehawks crossing the map. They will Stratofighter out into the corner. Maybe they're looking for, it's going to be the War Factory. So they will knock down one of the War Factories. Slows the Scrin production a little bit there. But as you referenced it, the drone ship is already here on the front line. Repositioning that War Factory to the front line, that's almost kind of a blessing for the Scrin player.
Absolutely, and that lightning spike is still in the north. There's not much going on other than a couple of upgraded power plants, but at the very least, it's doing some damage and providing a little bit of just free scouting to get that lightning spike down. And we're up against a ticking time clock at this point for DesolatorTrooper. He needs to make some sort of effort to move forward. He does have a Marv, so as soon as the Marv makes it up there, it can start getting its hands on these resources. And looks like we've got, yeah, we've got the 1-2 punch here. We've got the Mastermind, and we've got the Eradicator Hexapod just kind of waiting for DesolatorTrooper to march their way in.
DutchArmy plain vanilla Scrin. So this Marv is going to have to contend with a stasis shield that can lock him in place. Firehawks coming in. They're going to bomb out some of the tech. I'm not exactly sure what that was. A power plant and perhaps something else as well. But the stasis chamber does survive. The tier 3 does survive. Maybe it was just the nerve center going down. But DesolatorTrooper is going to have to be very cautious whenever the engagement happens, because this Marv, you referenced it going towards that third base, that third field rather. and he hasn't touched that third field, so he is existing on the Tiberium between the two fields that he started with. He is not going for that third at all, which we normally see. That's how the GDI powers their late game. They just harvest a field nice and easy. Not in this case.
Well, and there was a good opportunity for him to march forward. Eradicator Hexapod had marched up there a little bit too close for comfort, sort of by itself, went down to about half HP. The blink back happened, and then the Corruptors have just now finished healing up the Hexapod as the Hexapod makes their way back in the north, while we're getting a little bit of a 1-2 punch as the majority of the forces, at least the bulk, for Dutch Army are making their way in the north. Another lightning spike down to try and take out this T1, and we're looking for maybe a little bit of a pincer move. However, I think what Dutch Army wants to do here is I think they want to move in and then back out and just have the Eradicator Hexapod destroy everything they can in the background.
Well, when you're Dutch Army, you've certainly got enough forces to make this sort of a play happen. A couple of shock troopers moving a little bit too far forward. One of these tripods may also end up getting caught by all of the rail guns of the Steel Talons. So one tripod going down, a couple of hammerheads traded back, but this Eradicator is fighting his own way on the front line. EMP grenades have been purchased, so this Eradicator has a new threat to contend with. The Marv is going to get some free shots. He's going to be able to free fire on this Eradicator for a brief time. I assume it will get blinked back as soon as it comes back online.
We are getting a couple of Devastator warships to try and support this Eradicator Hexapod, but EMP after EMP comes in. It's finally ended. They need to blink it back, otherwise they're just going to get completely taken out. Slingshots moving their way forward, still worried about those air forces. Eradicator Hexapod just absolutely taking a pounding here from all of this AP ammo. And we do get a one-click in order to keep it alive, in order to keep the dreams of that T3 unit out and ready to go, as the Marv has finally made its way across the map.
He's not even gonna harvest the field. He drove right next to it. He's got his MCV here, so DesolatorTrooper can deploy refineries, but I can't believe he's not harvesting this field at all. 43k of Army for DesolatorTrooper versus the 40k of Dutch. Both players, despite the economic advantage of Dutch Army throughout the course of this game, both players are extremely close on Army value.
Absolutely, and the remaining harvesters are now long distance harvesting from the old T1 back into the old main base. Some of that has regrown back. I guess you could say the same thing is happening for Dutch Army, but he's had a refinery there the whole time, and we still do not have a refinery over here on the secondary natural expansion. Eradicator Hexapod stepping forward, but he does have a lot of support. There are not only a good number of Devastator warships, but there's also a couple of Corruptors here in order for them to blink back into, as Dutch Army splits up his forces, really preparing for this fight, moving their drone ship forward, just trying to do at least a small base rush.
3 EMP Grenadiers on the front line for DesolatorTrooper. He might also have Shockwave Artillery ready to go, but of course we have to assume the Stasis Shield will be ready from Bleak. He doesn't actually have the cash for it at the current moment, so for now the Stasis Shield can't come online. This is always the trouble with those one-clicks. You do need the economy to support it.
First part of the base rush looks like it is going to be a couple of plasma missile batteries. Not really too surprised. You want to keep those Devastator warships away from those Firehawks. Firehawks love to chew on them as soon as they can. And the first to make a move looks like it is going to be DesolatorTrooper, moving his units directly into the meat grinder. First one click is down, locking down the Marv. This is the perfect opportunity for Eradicator Hexapod to get so much. And for some reason, he blinks back despite being full HP as the tripods move their way forward, marching on DesolatorTrooper, trying to go for this title, trying to make the king off the table, trying to take him down, and I think they have what it takes. That one click is still around as DesolatorTrooper is losing unit after unit. The Marv gonna catch an EMP, going down about half HP. That rear armor is exposed. Lots of damage back and forward, and the only reinforcements are gonna be a couple of mammoth tanks, and it just doesn't matter because this is Dutch Army's game to win. The only way he loses at this point in the game, Sybert, is if he disconnects from the game.
Those slingshots free firing for the majority of the fight, and they were about the only GDI units managing to do anything. The rest of the army sliced to pieces by those Scrin lasers. The king is dead. Long live the king. DutchArmy has now tied DesolatorTrooper for the most total wins. They're both currently sitting at 3 games apiece. And that sends us to Winter Meltdown for the first time in this King of the Hill. On the left side, sticking with the red, this time lining up with random Steel Talons. I know the Steel Talons fans are going to be loving this. This is Dutch. 3 wins under his belt. Meanwhile, in the top right-hand corner, rocking the random Traveler 59. That's a heck of a matchup. This is Numbfish. Still with 1 win under his belt. Not quite as much as DutchArmy has going on there, but he's still got something, at least. At this point, everyone has a little bit of something. And of course, big thanks to Chronosphere for their sponsorship of the Chrono Clash 2 and this Chronosphere, or this Chrono Clash King of the Hill expansion event. $400 for these players to split between them, of course, based on whoever wins the most. Winter Meltdown. Not the most popular map from the players. It's not often chosen by them, but I'm a big enjoyer of this map. I like seeing it when it does come around, and I have enjoyed the Tournament Wasteland games as well. So it has been some good map variety. It's not been, you know, we could see a few more maps mixed in there. We are about halfway through this event. We're in round 9, so round 10 will be the halfway point, but almost in that halfway mark. Barracks. So MCV move, double power plant MCV move into the barracks. 4 harvesters for Dutch, so he has trimmed down his harvester production to make this MRT play work. Meanwhile, 5 harvesters produced by the Scrin player. And a double portal on the front line. And real quick, okay, DutchArmy has the building. He can't actually see the buildings or the stasis, but he can see the units. So we have to assume that's fast legs. I mean, it would be insane if it was anything else. But fast legs, as soon as it's done and he sees these little guys moving, he will know that, I mean, he can assume that the upgrade is coming. But he will have confirmation of it once, well, right now that he can see them have those little glowing legs. It looks like there's going to be at least 2 splits of disintegrators. Couple in the middle of the map. MRTs are here. Mine drop's going to be coming down. Rifleman on the high ground getting a couple of shots off as well. And these disintegrators, oh, the disintegrators in the south also getting tagged. So DutchArmy should know. Mines getting deployed right in the middle, tagging a couple of those disintegrators. And no, that was a refinery first, so no command post, no hope of AP ammo by the time this attack hits. Down here in the south, 5 harvesters are here, and there is nothing. Did DutchArmy not actually see it? Just because they ran past the rifleman in the building doesn't mean that they actually got noticed by DutchArmy. That's 2 dead harvesters, and that's going to be a dead Wolverine as well. 2 Wolverines heading on out. A 3rd harvester, a 4th harvester in the north go down, and this is 2 watchtowers as well. The MRTs, where are they going? Where have they been? And even the refinery is going to get tagged and knocked down. War factory gone, refinery gone in the south. Down they go to the Tib spike. Meanwhile, in the north, the harvester taking even more damage, but the MRTs will be able to clean up the rest of those disintegrators. The Tib spike falls. That was a minimum of 4 harvesters. War factory, refinery, double watchtower, and a Tib spike all eliminated by that attack. 9 harvesters to 3. Absolutely incredible play here by Numbfish. Massive gains with that attack, and still more disintegrators out onto the map. When you've got a good thing going, why would you stop? At least that's what Numbfish thinks. And even this base, the main base, half, 66% full of Tiberium, just abandoned by DutchArmy. If he manages to pull this back, it'll either be the greatest miracle comeback of all time or the biggest throw of all time. incredible advantage here for Numbfish going into this. He may see the 3 score on DutchArmy, but he doesn't care. He's still bringing out the aggressive plays. Another Harvester down to just 2 Harvesters as the Lightning Spike gets deployed. Numbfish putting the Red Alert 3 Pro DutchArmy in his place. He's like, you have no place here in Kane's Wrath. I'm gonna knock you out with basically 1 unit, and that unit is sneaky fast disintegrators heading across the map. Lightning Spike does get deleted. 2 Harvesters versus 9. 14k per minute versus the 4k of Dutch. Credit to Dutch, he hasn't tapped out. Again, it would be just the most incredible throw perhaps we've ever seen in Kane's Wrath if he lost at this point, if Numbfish lost at this point. But anything can happen. Mines get deployed. There's going to be the blink forward right onto a watchtower as well. More MRTs going down. This is a lot of watchtowers, so they will be able to clear out these shock troopers eventually. But how much damage will be done? That's another dead Harvester, and these shock troopers go where they please. They may be dead, but the damage has been done. 0 Harvesters versus 10. No Tib Spike, no hope, no more kingship. The crown has passed to Numbfish yet again, and the Numbfish will go on into the next map. And that sends us to Toxicity for a Scrin Disintegrator Rush. These are going to be slow boys, but on the left side, the current king, this is Numbfish.
And on the other side, we have the blue Zocom player Desolator, or DesolatorTrooper here.
And welcome to Alex06. Good to see you back, man. Thank you for joining us for some more Chrono Clash action. How have you been?
Been good, been busy, been working a lot. It's nice to be back. Thanks for having me.
And have you been working as hard as these disintegrators are about to work, tearing down this Tib Spike?
Oh, they certainly have been doing a lot of good work here, and I think he's gonna be able to take out that Tib Spike. I don't think that the Rifleman is gonna be there in time, unfortunately.
He was a little bit slow in re-attacking it, but the Riflemen are a little bit... Oh, he actually pulls off, so he wants to kill the Rifleman instead of killing off that Tib Spike. A couple more Riflemen coming in, and they will overwhelm those disintegrators. So, good night to the disintegrators, and hello to a Tib Spike save by DesolatorTrooper.
Interesting. I thought he would have at least left one on the Tib Spike. One of the squads could have taken it down, but apparently not.
If you're going to lose the disintegrators, you might as well kill the Tib Spike for their lives. Rifleman on the other side of the map is going to be getting the scout off, so he will see the MCV move down to the expansion. Both players looking pretty normal in that regard.
Yeah, both fields are at full harvesting right now. If I'm not mistaken, I am seeing 5. Yes, those are 5. We have a second tip field going down for our yellow player here, Numbfish, and a little bit late for Deso, unfortunately.
We'll see if DesolatorTrooper is able to make the damage happen. And by the way, DesolatorTrooper, I believe Numbfish as well, but I know for a fact DesolatorTrooper was playing random going into this. I believe both players were playing random. But when I saw the Zocom on DesolatorTrooper, I was like, okay, that's a choice. But it was random Zocom, and then I didn't actually bother checking for Numbfish. But I think he is both playing random. Scrin versus Zocom. If you're not Masterleaf, if you're not comfortable with Zocom, then this can be a very difficult matchup. Made even harder if you lose your first Harvester at your natural expansion. 4 Seeker Tanks gonna show up and bust down that Harvester.
So already pretty late to the party, and losing 1 Harvester, that's gonna put him quite a bit back on the back foot, unfortunately.
Yeah, Numbfish actually has 10 harvesters compared to the 5 of DesolatorTrooper. So if DesolatorTrooper does not somehow absolutely smack down Numbfish in the next minute or two, the economy of Numbfish is going to explode beyond control.
Indeed, we're already seeing disintegrators starting to go towards Desol's base. We're seeing a bunch of gunwalkers as well. Some APCs to the north trying to take out some of those harvesters to even the odds, but if he doesn't pull back, Desol's going to lose that engagement pretty quickly.
If there wasn't quite so many gunwalkers, then he would be happy to just camp out on this field for a while, but it's more and more gunwalkers pouring into that little defensive alley. And in the middle of the map, the defensive tower has actually gone down, so no artillery platform for DesolatorTrooper. It was a good capture. He did trade out with a couple of those disintegrator squads, but without any APCs to support that artillery platform, there just is no hope of keeping it alive. 9 harvesters now on the field for DesolatorTrooper, so he has evened things up. He's still behind on income, but now if he's able to crush enough of this army efficiently enough, he might be able to claw things back. And it's going to be a hard fight, though, with all of the tech and production coming online for Numbfish.
That was a good catch for those APCs in the middle. They got unfortunately they got held up, and he lost most of them. Only one managed to get away. So now he's pushing back again, and we're seeing Numbfish go for his warp chasm. He's building his eradicator hexapod right now. That's a lot of predator tanks. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold that off right now. What do you think?
If we had, like, railguns coming in, then maybe, but I just feel like with DesolatorTrooper playing Zocom, something he's probably not as familiar with, going up against an incoming Eradicator, it is going to be a difficult phase of the game to navigate. The longer this goes on, I think the worse it'll be for DesolatorTrooper. Eradicator isn't out yet, but that's a very short timer until it is finally out. There's the stasis shield to lock down 2, 4, 6, 7 Predator tanks. That's most of the army for DesolatorTrooper just wiped off the map, essentially, and the surround is coming in.
Yeah, that's going to be a painful loss for him, unfortunately. He's not going to be able to escape, yeah.
Good night to the Predator tanks. The consolation prize is that blue Tiberium. And we do have engineers coming out as well for Numbfish. And, well, Wave 1 of the attack has not worked out for DesolatorTrooper. Numbfish's economy continues to grow. That will be offset a little bit by the blue Tiberium that was just grabbed. These are zone shatterers on the front line. They're going to be able to knock down one of those tripods, and the rest of the army just was not together, so one tripod ends up going down. Gunwalkers are happy to trade out with these rocket squads, but the rest of the Zocom army will escape for now. EMP is going to be essential to lock down this army and save it, but you have to worry about the phase field that is almost certainly going to be ready for Numbfish.
Mammoth Tank and Orca Strike for Deso as well. Let's see if he's able to hold off. I don't think he's going to be able to hold off, actually. That Eradicator is just too much.
Out on the front line, one Mammoth Tank down in the dirt. Rocket squads are the last hope of the Zocom, and it's been a tough fight from minute 1. The Eradicator steps on forward, and it's got 4 tripods behind it. So even if he somehow was able to kill off this Eradicator, it would still not be able to kill off the stuff that's behind it. Another Mammoth Tank comes forward, and this is the luck of the draw. If you don't want to rotate your faction, if you just want to play random, then this sort of stuff does happen. Tripods are kind of low on health, down to like half HP, some of them, but not enough firepower to be able to finish them off.
Numbfish is just about to do the killing blow here. He's pretty much almost at the con yard. There's one more factory's down. Second refinery here is done as well. Deso is trying his best right now to get rid of those annihilator tripods, but there's just too many units. The Eradicator, the Gunwalkers, the 2 tripods. It doesn't look good for Deso.
Overwhelming forces coming in for Numbfish. Yeah, those Orcas managed to do some pretty serious damage considering the overwhelming odds they were up against, but it is too little too late. DesolatorTrooper will have to try again later, and Numbfish puts another point on the board. He remains the king on the hill. And that takes us to Winter Meltdown for another random v random match. On the right side, returning to challenge, getting Steel Talons. We'll see if he's happy about that. This is AssassinSpy.
And on the other side of the map, we have a yellow Nod player, Numbfish. Regular Nod player this time.
Gets himself a vanilla Scrin, gets himself a vanilla Nod. He's feeling good with these vanilla factions versus the sub-factions of his opponents. But of course, we do want to give a big thank you to Chronosphere because they are the sponsor of Chrono Clash 2 and also this expansion King of the Hill event. So if you work at a tech company and you need observability and telemetry tools, then definitely check them out because Chronosphere gives teams control over what they see, what they spend, and what they solve. Check them out at chronosphere.io. Do we have a proxy on the way?
I don't know.
What is he proxying? I think he just built another power plant, so... Okay, there's the barracks. Okay, he did deploy barracks. I was like, he was building something that was moving very quickly. He is going to kind of catch this MCV, so Numbfish will have to deploy his MCV kind of in an awkward position. A couple of riflemen going to be deployed onto the front line as well with their foxholes, but that's only one rocket squad inside of the building. They didn't really get the jump on the MCV per se.
Oh, those Shredder turrets, that's gonna make short work of anything that comes out of that barracks. I don't think that barracks is gonna be worth anything anymore at this point. But maybe we'll see a war factory or some base defenses pop in here at that outpost. We already see a watchtower, war factory exactly, and sell off of those turrets. Very good use.
Nicely done there with the operations center cell, the Black Hand Squad, and now the barracks is in range. The war factory might also be in range, but clearing out those rockets and now taking over the building is just perfect by Numbfish.
That was an amazing play, actually. Just completely hook, line, and sinker. Just deployed that building, sold it off, instantly got the garrisonable structure in front.
This Scorpion tank running for the hills for just a little bit here. Gonna have to try and get away from the Titan, which is stomping its way towards these harvesters. Anyone who goes to unload Tiberium will be in a very dangerous spot indeed. Meanwhile, back in the north, another couple of Titans out onto the field. They're trying to go for the crush of this Black Hand Squad. Behind this, AssassinSpy doesn't have much going on, so this is sort of a do-or-die situation for both players.
AssassinSpy is really going to try to destroy that Conyard, and there is this sell-off as well. Numbfish knows the loss when he sees one and decides to back off to his main base. There's a lot of Scorpion tanks here, actually.
All right, Dozer Blades on the way, so the longer this Nod can delay the Steel Talons force, the better it will be for the Nod. He wants those... No, he doesn't. He's just rushing right in. He's hoping to overwhelm the Titans. I thought he was going to wait for Dozer Blades and just bide his time, but he is rushing straight in. He doesn't care, and for now, the Titans are going to be overwhelmed. Watchtower will help push back these Scorpions for the current moment. On the other side of the map, it's going to be a buggy scouting out the Harvester at the natural expansion of AssassinSpy.
And another war factory goes. Looks like AssassinSpy is really trying to build Titans, and I think he's going to. I think he's going to all in. Am I crazy for thinking that?
I mean, I guess he's just kind of... Numbfish all in, you mean, because he deployed the second war factory, and he's just pumping bikes. Yeah, I see what you mean. As the Scorpions now across the map, Numbfish has to make this work. A couple of Titans are still left on the left side of the map as they make their way towards those harvesters. One Scorpion swinging in from the north, but it looks like Numbfish is backing off.
Ooh. That Titan gets the crush on a single bike, but is he going to be able?
Whoa.
He gets that fully loaded harvester. Oh, that's bad.
Numbfish getting what he can, but that Titan taking one big final stomp before he goes down to the firepower of the Nod player. And that's at least one harvester gone. I don't think he got much more accomplished, those two Titans that were moving down, but they have at least gotten that done.
All those bikes going in through the southern passage all the way to that refinery and harvesters. I think he's going to try to snipe that harvester. Pretty sure that's what he's going to try to do. That's a lot of Titans. I'm a little scared here. I'm a little scared. How many
bikes do you want to trade for this harvester? Well, the answer might actually be 0, as that's a big volley. He gets out. It's a heist. He manages to escape with everything. Meanwhile, in the north, the Scorpions also back off. Not a lot of losses there for Numbfish.
Numbfish really has to keep that pressure on at this point, because if he lets go for even 30 to 45 seconds, I think he's done for. Those Titans are going to walk across the map and destroy that Nod base. You can't let them do that.
MCV repositioning, maybe can get a better angle on this expansion since there's no harvester there. He just sold off the refinery as well. Rifleman now going to be going for the scout, and what looked like it was going to be a short game is now kind of transitioning into the mid game. Both players are in weird positions for sure, but these bikes are going to back off. They've taken half the health of the war factory.
They're getting scouted out by those rifleman squad. He knows where he's going. AssassinSpy knows that.
It is just long distance harvesting central for Numbfish. He's got a little bit of cash still on his main field. He might be thinking about rebuilding his MCV at some point, but for now it's more Scorpions out onto the map.
To be honest, I don't think he can actually build an MCV right now. At this point, he needs to keep this pressure on his opponents. Those Titans are almost there.
Bikes back off. They fire a couple of rockets, but now the Titans are going to be fighting against overwhelming numbers in the middle of the map. AssassinSpy with the cheeky play here with the Steel Talons, but he's finding the sting of the Scorpions. This is a difficult weight to bear. These Titans might be able to get a crush as some of the Scorpions move around the buildings, but there's just so many Scorps from the Nod.
That was a good segue into getting those bikes onto the only full green field that AssassinSpy has access to. It was a good distraction.
Numbfish will earn his spot at the top of the hill, and it looks like he will earn another victory. Titans are moving down from the south. If AssassinSpy can somehow make this stand and crush all of the Scorpions, there's actually a ton of Scorpions that are super low on health. 3 of them explode as they try to exit. 5 more Scorpions are about 2 shots away from death, but the Titans aren't able to close the distance. Now more bikes are just circling around on the north side of the map. AssassinSpy can't kill any army for sure.
AssassinSpy is out of position at this point, and he's going to get caught into more Scorpion tanks. Oof.
Maybe he can catch these last couple that are super low health. That's 4 more dead Scorpions, so that's good for the Titans, but there's going to be no reinforcements. The bikes have killed off that war factory in the north. The Harvesters are just walking their way slowly up to the north, and they're going to run into those bikes. That's dead Harvesters for AssassinSpy. The bikes are getting cleaned up themselves. Titans moving forward, getting caught in the concave, against the concave of those Scorpions. They were caught in the choke point, and AssassinSpy has almost nothing left.
That's 4 Titans. I don't think this is gonna go well for AssassinSpy. Oh, what a shame. What a shame.
The Harvesters actually survived. AssassinSpy actually managed to keep them working despite those bikes coming in. He had a couple of rocket squads to hold them off, and even with the MCV cell, it doesn't look like AssassinSpy will be able to do it. He's only got 2 Titans left now. He's got that war factory working away, but it is too long of a distance to long-distance harvest.
Yeah, it seems the tides have turned, and now our Steel Talons player is doing exactly what the Nod player was doing earlier.
Except he doesn't have a full base of Tiberium to work off of. Both players have actually been long-distance mining for a good portion of this game, but there's the GG, as AssassinSpy has been defeated. There's no big final battle. Numbfish stays on top. And that'll take us to Tiki Turmoil for game number 12. In the north, playing the blue, this is Numbfish.
In the south, in the red team color, we have Bleak playing Reaper.
Reaper versus Skrin. The random matchups continue as I'm not sure how much Reaper Dutch, this is not Dirty Dutch, but of course DutchArmy Dutch has played. So I think Numbfish may have a bit of an advantage with having more comfort on Skrin versus Reaper, but this is the way things draw out sometimes. However, we do have Numbfish on currently the biggest win streak of the event, which is 3 games. Everyone has been trading games fairly evenly, so it's been quite good that it's not just one player winning, you know, like 19 times in a row and everyone else just losing. They've been trading games back and forth, but 3 wins currently, looking to make it a big 4.
Yeah, and right now both players are doing pretty standard at this point. 2 harvesters on the screen side, 3 harvesters on the screen side, pardon me, and 3 as well, 4 now on the side of DutchArmy, aka Bleak.
Ooh,
yeah.
Shard Launcher. This Shard Walker actually getting a little bit of damage onto the drone ship, forcing it to deploy there. Expansions should be on the way, although Dutch hasn't actually moved his MCV yet, so it is going to be a 1 base nerve center coming out from our Reaper 17 player. He is staying on that 1 base.
I was gonna say, yeah, he's moving his MCV pretty late, but he's not moving it at all, actually. He's already building a, probably I would assume, he's built a nerve center. Is he building a tech center now?
Yeah, he's going straight for tier 3. And kind of matching that, Numbfish deployed his MCV partway to his expansion, has got his own nerve center now, calls in Ichor Seed, which Dutch has already done. And it looks like both of these players are basically going to be going 1 base, tier 3. And despite the fact that this is almost a mirror matchup, it's also almost a mirror in how they are building in the first couple of minutes.
Very interesting. And even here we have Gunwalkers on Numbfish's side.
The guns versus the shards, and that's about the biggest difference between what these two players are doing. Numbfish is going to get the scout right as the drone ship deploys at the natural expansion. Numbfish will see that. Now, Dutch does reveal that he has mechapeds out on the field, so Numbfish knows that this is headed his way. He's got his own shard mecha out on the field as well. Dutch posturing towards the middle of the map. He's used his lightning spike perhaps a little early, as Numbfish will be able to knock that down. Refinery at the natural coming in for both players. Again, pretty much lockstep with each other.
That's impressive. It's like they've almost rehearsed this.
They want to keep it, you know, very fair up for the first 5 minutes of the game.
Even down to the 3 mechapeds, that's crazy.
One Gunwalker will get clobbered there at the front line. No Harvester kills or harassment just yet for either player. Portal now out on the field for DutchArmy, so he can follow this up with infantry.
In a simulator here, going for that defensive tower in the middle on Dutch's side as well.
Yeah, that can do pretty good headshotting to mechapeds. These defensive towers can clear out quite a few segments of these mechapeds if you get the right angle.
He's feeling greedy. He's going for the one on the on his opponent's side.
It looks like he's going to get it too.
Yeah.
The mechapeds have stepped away, so I thought they might kind of see the engineer as it's heading in, but no, they've stepped away because DutchArmy is posturing near the main base. Shards are going to kind of exchange a couple of shots here. Some big segment kills. DutchArmy manages to clean up a good number of segments on the Numbfish side of the map, but no actual mechapede kills just yet, and both defensive towers have now been taken by Dutch. There's that first shot. He knows now. He loses a whole bunch of segments and a whole mechapede to the forces of DutchArmy. He's going to lose the Tib Spike after that. He may be a Red Alert 3 player, but he seems to know how to play out the Scrin mirror pretty well.
Yeah, so far he's holding up very well against Numb. Is he going to destroy that Tib Spike? Yeah, he's going for it.
Third time's the charm. Oh, no, he backs off
Maybe
again.
not.
He's trying to bait him into this defensive tower range or something. Lightning Spike does finally deploy here for Numbfish. He'll get a couple of shots, but it doesn't look like either side lost an entire mechapede.
Yeah, very intense fights, and yet not a single unit lost. Barely, actually.
Yeah, repair drones coming in here for DutchArmy, so he's at least got those repairs. It's funny, he didn't, like, build a second war factory at his natural or anything like that. He's just called in the repair drones at his natural so that he can heal up those mechapeds.
And mechapeds are now going to encounter each other in the southern Tib Spike now. Oh.
It's been a long time since I've seen just mass mechapede like this on both sides. It does happen every once in a while, and it can lead to these very tense situations where both players are a little bit cautious to engage because it feels like if you take the wrong angle, then you'll just die. Engineer gets sniped there, and these defensive towers have been putting in absolutely huge work for DutchArmy.
This is the second lightning spike that goes here. Dutch just like destroying Numb's lightning spike in the middle. Oh, Numb going for that defensive tower. He's like, I'm not gonna take this anymore, and he just like completely walks across the map, tries to go for that tib field, backs away at the last second.
That was disaster for Numbfish. He does have the 3 mechapeds roaming around DutchArmy's main base, but he walked across the middle. He didn't actually kill that defensive tower, so he just took shots from both defensive towers the entire time, and then he tried to walk into Dutch's base after that. Now Dutch able to focus down 3 of these mechapedes there in the main base. The nerve center does survive. Everything going Dutch's way. Numbfish needs a big win to turn this game around, and that can happen with these mechapede matches. He can still flip it around if he gets the right angle on DutchArmy.
Oh, he's hanging around that tower, but he's not attacking it. Finally, he takes it out, but that's a lot of damage, unfortunately. He's gonna go for the second one, but I don't think that's a good idea. No, he's backing off. Thankfully, he's saving his last few mechapedes before he loses everything. There's a Eradicator Hexapod coming in as well, so he needs to have something of his own to be able to defend against it.
Basically, in the last 30 seconds, Numbfish lost 3 entire mechapedes to those 2 defensive towers. He was doing all right. He was actually fairly even on army value, and then the Eradicator came out, and those defensive towers got 3 amazing shots, and that has cooked the army a bit for Numbfish. He still can, you know, find the right angle. He's still playing Scrin, so he does still have a stasis available. And there's actually going to be the phase traded for both players. There's the stasis coming in for Dutch. He locks down basically everything, and Numbfish doesn't have the return fire. He doesn't have a stasis chamber.
There's one single Annihilator tripod coming out of there, but will it be enough to hold out? I can't see that holding out very long, unfortunately.
He didn't have the one-click ready. DutchArmy was ready for it. It just went from like an even-ish fight to a 100 to 0. Numbfish's entire army got caught out by the one-click, and now he's going to have to defend with this EMP. He's going to have to somehow crush this Eradicator and then cross the map and do even more to DutchArmy. Repeat EMP lands. That's a lot of damage on the Eradicator. Mechapedes lining up their shards, and they've gotten 1 kill, but they haven't dealt with the rest of the army.
That was a very impressive defense from Numbfish. Really good use of that Annihilator tripod.
That EMP was absolutely crazy. Now he has either sold off his MCV or I guess lost it at some point. I guess we'll find out what ended up happening to that, but there's no MCV for Numbfish, so he is do or die from this point forward.
He needs to trade efficiently against his opponent, or otherwise he's gonna lose. He doesn't have a portal, so he can't capture an MCV or anything. This is all the troops he gets, and anything he can build from his warp sphere with a tech assembler.
Tripod out on front, will get caught, kills off at least 1 mechapede. He might have actually killed off 2 mechapedes there, but another one does end up going down, trading these ones back. Shard mechas can annihilate each other very quickly, trying to line up the shots with these harvesters. And there's actually going to be a buzzer hive just to kind of absorb some of the attention of these shard mechas. Once again, DutchArmy trying to split the attention of Numbfish, attacking on 2 sides at once.
He's attacking his expansion here. Trying to defend it with mechapedes, but it doesn't seem to be working out very well for Numbfish right now.
Maybe he can focus fire the head. Both players just kind of trading shots left and right here. Tripod Husk hasn't been grabbed by anyone either, so DutchArmy has an opportunity to potentially grab that to use it as a tool in this fight. Mechapedes just camping out on this field. That's another dead harvester, so Numbfish has been trading efficiently for the last 2 minutes of the game. He has been winning in that sense, but it's just going to be difficult the longer this game goes on to hold on.
He's finally gotten rid of Dutch's mechapede in his main base. He was trying to hack away at his power plants. Was very unsuccessful. He's pushed back his Well, Dutch Army's harvesters from the expansion field now, the second expansion field, now he's kind of like stuck him on low resources. Is he going to be able to get out of that situation?
And Dutch Army has just full-on retreated. Long-distance harvesting this blue Tiberium has been an absolute huge get for Numbfish. He does have one sneaky Mechapede along the southern edge of the map there. But for now, Numbfish is happy to play this one out with a very slight stalemate. He is sending a tripod across the map. Numbfish probably should just go ahead and snipe that tripod husk, since he can't produce any engineers. It really only serves as a potential bonus for Dutch.
Yeah, Num's trying to snipe those harvesters, but unfortunately, Dutch isn't. He's not going to let him do that, and he's holding up pretty well right now, actually.
Numbfish. He was in a difficult spot before. It hasn't really gotten any better, but Dutch Army also isn't like running away with this game. He does at least still have his MCV, so he can at any point deploy more defenses. He can move anywhere on the map, and he can of course rebuild any structures. But for the current moment, he is not outstripping Numbfish.
Dutch has built a gravity stabilizer, actually, so he might be able to build Storm Riders or something. Well, pretty much can only build Storm Riders at this point if he's since he's Reaper.
Yeah, second gravity stabilizer and sending Storm Riders across the map to two more Mechapedes going down. But sending Storm Riders across the map to counterattack where the Mechapedes are not might be a good move. Mechapedes coming into the natural expansion of Dutch. Numbfish, he loses another one, but he got at least one harvester with those Mechapedes. He's going deep into Dutch's territory. He will eventually go down, but he got some damage with them. I'm not sure that it was enough. He's now down 4K in army against Dutch Army.
Dutch Army right now is economically behind Numbfish. We're looking at the income right now. I'd say that was pretty well done by Numbfish.
The Tib spike being maintained on the side of Numbfish has also been a huge mistake for Dutch Army. The fact that he didn't kill that off earlier or capture it has been massive. Harvester goes down in the south. Two Mechapedes doing a little bit of harassment as Dutch Army is going to have to run for the hills, but he's also happy to just draw Numbfish out of position. He doesn't actually commit into the base. He backs up himself. He's not willing to go for a base trade.
Is he going to be able? He snipes that one harvester that was out of position as well. Uses the one click to freeze all of the Mechapedes. Oh, that's bad.
GG. That was the timer that he was waiting for. Numbfish, he may have been the king, but the king is dead. Long live Dutch.
Wow, very good use of that. It was a good call.
Man, that was a heartbreaker for Numbfish. Poor guy. And that sends us to the Badlands, to the hills, for a new challenger to approach. The Reaper 17 locked in blue on the right side. This is DesolatorTrooper.
And on the left-hand side, as the marked of Cain, we have Dutch Army, who is opening with some shadow teams.
Shadow teams and a shadowy figure named Dune Tiger. Welcome back, man. Good to have you.
Thanks for having me, Sybert. It's always good to be here.
What an exciting opener, too, with the shadow teams. We have seen shadow teams. They're going to land, go for the power plant.
Oh, he gets the War Factory.
Oh, we canceled the War Factory with the timing.
That's huge. That's exactly what Dutch needs with that type of. If you don't get that war factory, you're going to be so far behind. So that's really big for Dutch. That's a great start to the game for him.
We have seen shadow teams emerge, double power plant as in, and with the buzzer hive as well, but the double power plant as an insurance policy. We have seen the shadow teams emerge once again as a sort of counter to infantry in the mid and late game, but I think this is the first time we're actually seeing a shadow team rush, and here DesolatorTrooper is just being put so far behind from this. Dutch, he will get another power plant, loses a shadow team, half a shadow team for it, but he's up 2 harvesters to 1.
Yeah, this is really good. And I think he's about to drop another refinery as well. Yeah, there comes his second refinery. So this has got him ahead. Maybe the fact that there's 3 spikes on this map means that even though you've done that early shadow build, you're able to still produce your economy out. And I mean, a power plant, 2 power plants down, 1 harvester. Dutch is in a really good position against Desolator here.
For just a brief moment there, it was 1 harvester against 4. But refinery comes out, harvester pops out. DesolatorTrooper is going to start making that difference up. Bombs the refinery down to half HP, so does weaken it, might cause some problems for the future.
Yeah, you may as well, right? He knows he can't get to the power plants. The Seeker and the Shardwalker are protecting the power plants, so just be annoying, just be a pest. Forces the repair tool on that refinery, wasting precious money for Desolator that he could be using to rebuild his economy. But in the meantime, Dutch has powered his way to 6 harvesters. He's almost got his expansion down, and yeah, he's just powering away here.
Portal at the natural, the safety portal. I'm assuming this is just, I mean, he can use it for other stuff later, but right now it's just to have the photon cannon tech unlocked. There's nothing building from the portal. DutchArmy has DesolatorTrooper a little bit rattled here. He definitely has him concerned about things that could happen. Another bombing run on this extractor, that refinery taking more damage.
Yeah, in the meantime, it's a double war factory transition from Dutch. It's going to be bike buggy, so he's going to be looking to continue to apply pressure. And actually, a crane coming down from Desolator. He's looking to go mega greedy, which could really backfire with the unit spam that Dutch is about to pump out.
The perfect accidental counter. DutchArmy has basically walked, luckily, into the perfect build for him to bring this aggression against. Engineer comes out. One of the engineers, I think, has already made its way away. Harvester at the perfect wrong time. Once again, DutchArmy getting so lucky with some of the choices made by DesolatorTrooper. That's a dead accelerator in the middle of the field. Dead engineer. Photon cannon super late. And the first disintegrators go down. Harvester off the line. DesolatorTrooper. It could have gone worse, but not a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, no loss of a harvester is really good. In the meantime, Dutch did claim the blue Tiberium behind it, but yeah, that definitely could have gone worse. It looks like this tip spike's going to fall now. Uses the shadow teams to bomb and make it a quicker kill on that tip spike. And then, oh, he might lose the shadow teams here now, though, if Desolator's paying attention. Ooh. Oh my gosh, I think both squads are still alive there. So even though they are missing members from those squads, they can still do full damage, but never mind. They got cleaned up.
You cursed them. Right as you said that, they stopped moving. Bike swinging in on the south. Disintegrators trying to defend. Seeker tanks here as well. 20k of army present for DutchArmy. 5k of army for DesolatorTrooper. And for the current moment, Dutch is not committing into the attack. He's happy to play at range and keep his army on the far side of the field. I guess he's just trying to bleed out DesolatorTrooper and wait for a mistake to happen. At the same time, there is a man spam army building on the north side of the map.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice as Mark of Cain. You don't really see this type of build. Especially versus Reaper with the powerful Shardwalkers. Oh, what's happened here? Where are all the Desolator's harvesters going? They went to mine the Tiberium spike Tiberium, and they've all gone to a very weird position on the map, but he's got that sorted now. Actually a third refinery for Dutch as well, but in the meantime, Desolator going down the tech tree, it looks like.
EMP control center in the north has been captured by DutchArmy. He's also got the defensive turret there as well. So in a couple of minutes, we could be seeing EMPs come down, eliminate some of the force fields that Reaper 17 are known for. DesolatorTrooper pulls his entire army down to the south. DutchArmy has so far been successful in corralling and containing the Skrin on the right side of the map.
Yeah, this isn't a great situation for Desolator, especially on a map where they're going to be forced to fight in the center, and of course Reaper 17, there's no artillery for them, so that could be an issue. I reckon we could see a big EMP here as well, because is he upgrading? He's upgrading force fields, which will help for his Seeker tanks if they were to get an EMP launched on them, but the bike buggy making a swing to the north side. Is there much? There's nothing in the north side. Those two harvesters could be in a lot of trouble.
Hopefully he's paying attention. Photon Cannon gonna buy a couple of seconds here. Harvesters have not been pulled off the line quite quick enough, so one is gonna get popped. That's a quick volley and a dead Harvester. Accelerator goes down on the field, and once again, DutchArmy's fast army movement is able to sort of outfox DesolatorTrooper. His army is now moving up to the north, slow to respond. The Harvester has died. Maybe even a Mechapede getting picked off here. And there's the force fields coming in that you mentioned. Too little, too late. Gets a couple of bikes on exit, but, well, DutchArmy is up nearly 20 grand in total resources gathered, so trading a couple of extra bikes is no problem.
Yeah, and he's just dropped a second MCV into the middle of the map, dropped his Redeemer facility. He's looking to claim both of the green Tiberium fields in the middle, and if Dutch is able to get control of both of those, it's going to be really hard for Desolator. He is trying to get out of Hexapod, which maybe can achieve something, but versus Marked of Cain and all of that EMP, it's going to be a tough ask.
The infinite EMP arms race of Marked of Cain. You do have a couple of tools to help you deal with that as DesolatorTrooper. Radar jamming missile fires off. That's just like a fake out one. He's not actually doing anything.
Dutch does that all the time, actually. He loves pressing that button, so that's, there'll be nothing on the map and he'll just press it. It's a weird thing that he likes to do.
Just to freak you out. He did steal the tip spike in the north. Maybe maybe that was his plan.
Yeah, he does have fast leg engineers. He could actually run around and claim the other one as well, because Marked of Cain engineers with that upgrade are very fast. But it looks like the Hexapod's going to try and make a move, but on its own, I don't know it'll be able to do too much.
All right, we're going to have to see something better than that. The EMP comes down immediately. DesolatorTrooper steps out from his base for 1 instant. He immediately gets lit up by this endless ring of shredder turrets, and then the EMP lands directly on him as well. DutchArmy isn't even engaging with his whole force. There's the stasis shield on virtually nothing.
That's...
And the EMP lands, so another EMP from an Awakened there. DutchArmy, he has full upgrades on absolutely almost everything, and he's just not fighting with his army. He's literally waiting it out. Beam cannons on the north side, gonna tag this Eradicator as well. Couple of reinforcements coming in. There's the phase, so the Eradicator will be saved for the moment.
The issue is that you can keep locking this down now, and it's just not going to be able to achieve too much. The bike buggy trying to sneak in on the south side wasn't quite able to get in, but now with the Hexapod being EMP'd, all the Corruptors are going down, so when this does eventually come out of phase, there's no teleport for Reaper 17, and this Hexapod will most likely go down.
Into the natural expansion go the bikes and the buggies. Harvesters being targeted. The already weak economy of DesolatorTrooper that had recovered is now once again in shambles. His army falls apart. He is down 26k of army. The value just isn't there for DesolatorTrooper, and the Eradicator dies on the north side. DutchArmy has held this game pretty much since the beginning.
Catalyst missile just to add insult to injury. The Hexapod goes down as well, and I think Desolator is all but out of this game. Even the Tib Vane, just to really say to Desolator, this game is mine, and that probably will be it now.
The GG hasn't happened. DesolatorTrooper could have tapped out of this game a minute ago, and it would have been certainly understandable. maybe even longer. But he's sticking around.
Yeah, maybe they're chatting in the game or something. There's a crane, so technically he still has build order. But yeah, this game is well and truly over. But yeah, there we go. He's selling out.
I think you were right. It was typing in the chat, little chatting back and forth.
Yeah.
What a game there from DutchArmy. Pretty much domination from the very beginning. He got DesolatorTrooper off balance with that Shadow Team rush, with the canceling of the War Factory, and then he never let up the gas. All gas, no break for DutchArmy in that game. It hasn't been seen in a while, but we are here on Tournament Savannah. It's going to look a lot like another map that has been played quite a bit recently, Tournament Airstrip, but it is different. But on the left side, playing the Zocom, this is Dutch.
And on the right-hand side is the Traveler 59. It is AssassinSpy, who has opened with some disintegrators, but I don't think I saw a stasis chamber, so just some slow disintegrators to the north of the map.
The slow descent fake out from AssassinSpy. Yeah, only 4 descents, so it's not the end of the world money-wise. He has spent, roughly twice as much as DutchArmy did in the first couple of seconds on infantry. But, he'll get a little scouting. He'll get a little, he'll get something else with it. Mostly just the scouting. If these 4 slow descents kill anything, that will be truly remarkable.
Oh my god, that rifleman barely didn't see them as well. But yeah, I think he'll just go for a tip spike and that'll be it. The annoying thing with Traveler descents is actually before they get fast legs, they're even slower than normal descents for Screen and Reaper 17, which was a nerf to stop that descent rush meta that happened for a while. So yeah, you can really see it here. Those descents are crawling across the map.
They're just very slowly making their way over. This is back in the era, this map comes from sort of the era of, we had maps that were like Tournament Rift, but a little bit different. So we have the same like left-right layout, you expand down to the south. There's not as much terrain on this, and then there's a big contested, well, it's not even that big of a field, but there's a big contested field in the middle. It's like Tournament Rift with a little bit of a twist, but not too much.
And it's enough of a twist, it's not it definitely doesn't feel like the same map, but it still feels like a very balanced map, like Rift is. These disintegrators, without fast legs, they're just not much of a chance against these APCs. They will go down. So getting a tip spike for 4 descents, it will pay off eventually, but not the greatest return in the world for those descents. But both players just moving on with their economy. DutchArmy looking to grab some blue Tiberium as well.
Yeah, this is one of those community-made maps where it has a surprisingly few number of Tiberium spikes. I think those are the only capturable buildings on the map, and it's only 2 per player. So there isn't 2 tib spikes and defensive towers and expansion points and some of these other things that we see in more community maps. It's just those 2 tib spikes. I like the mines on the northern field.
That would be really annoying if AssassinSpy ever tries to go for that. If he doesn't send a Seeker tank to escort the Harvester, which, if you have control of the map, you'll never do that anyway. Yeah, definitely. I don't think it'll kill a Harvester. Maybe it will. I'm not sure. But airfield from Dutch, and is it going to be? It's going to be Zorkas. Zocom Orcas are the play here for Dutch.
It's been a little while since we got to see some good Zorka action. And going back to the mines, yeah, if he drives his Harvester in the wrong way, because there are 2 minefields, and then he, like, panics and jukes it the wrong way, he could end up killing himself by accident. But yeah, you're right. It shouldn't kill anything. Tier 3 is up, but no Firehawks because it's the Orcas. It's not a rush to Tier 3 for Dutch. It's instead, he's happy to sit on that Tier 2 on this natural expansion for a little while longer.
Yeah, and you can see AssassinSpy, seeing that he was against Zocom, has rushed that Storm Column to protect his tech, but this could mean his Harvester line is open to these Zorkas. I assume that's what Dutch will go for. There's no AA in either of his tip fields because he was worried about the Firehawks and was protecting his tech. So maybe the Zorkas can do some serious damage here.
The Pitbull keeping eyes on those Scrin harvesters in the bottom right-hand corner. Zorka Strike will actually come in, so this has sort of revealed the tech, but that also got massive damage onto those harves.
Yeah, he almost could be able to get one, but those are... Oh, well, here come the Zorkas. They'll finish them off. Oh, it's not the greatest shooting in the world from those Zorkas. Finally, does get both, and cleans up quite a bit of Tiberium as well, which is really annoying. Which something that probably isn't talked about enough with Zorkas is how good they are at blowing up Tiberium.
Yeah, that actually might be like another harvester worth of Tiberium, like a full load of Tiberium. So that's almost 3 harvesters killed there. One of the Orcas ends up going down. Storm Column did come in right at the end there. So there is defense for the future. We did also get to see the Stasis Chamber added on eventually for AssassinSpy. So a slow start to this game compared to the last one. But DutchArmy, he's done that bit of economic damage that he was looking for, and he has not rebuilt his 4th Orca at this point.
Yeah, he's gone for the Reclamator hub. He's built a 2nd MCV as well. In the meantime, we've got the Prodigy, which is being force-fired by Disintegrators right now. I don't know how that's happened, but he's going to kill his own Prodigy if he keeps that up. A couple of tripods out as well, moving across the map. Got to be careful. He has to keep his Gunwalkers near these tripods, otherwise the Zorkas will pick them off.
That's so bizarre. Yeah, he is slowly killing his own Prodigy somehow. On the other side of the map, as you mentioned, the tripods crossing on over. Orca Strike comes in. Little bit of chaos as the Pitbulls roll into the main base. They roll into undefended Harvester territory. 2 Harvesters down. DutchArmy getting even more economic damage than he was expecting. These mortars are actually doing massive damage on both sides of this fight, but these Harvesters are going down and they're just not being pulled.
The Prodigy died. He killed his own Prodigy as well. So this is just getting gone from bad to worse for AssassinSpy here.
What is... There's one Gunwalker who's made it deep into the base, dies to the Zorkas. That Sonic Emitter in the natural expansion of DutchArmy managed to hold the line, and these Pitbulls just have not been responded to at all. They killed like every Harvester in the north. The War Factory's gone. Both of the refineries are gone. That main base is in shambles, and it's only like 6 or 7 Pitbulls.
Yeah, and that's the thing with... Oh, they're going to get picked up by these tripods here. Loses 3 Pitbulls probably, yeah. But at the end of the day, they more than paid for themselves. A refinery in the middle for Dutch here as well. So AssassinSpy really needs to make a move, but I'm not sure he has the forces to make a move onto Dutch right now.
His Harvester count looks good. It's 8 Harvesters to 10, but the army supply is just awful. 7K for AssassinSpy, 20K for Dutch. He needs to buy more time, but at the same time, if he buys any more time, Dutch is just going to get further ahead.
Yeah, it's a really tough situation to be in, but if any faction can survive this sort of situation, it is Trav. AA battery comes down. The Zorkas are trying to find a way in, take a power plant with them maybe. Oh, he flies into the Storm Column. You don't want to be doing that. Loses another Zorka. Not really a great run for Dutch, but he's in a situation where he can be a little cost ineffective, and it's not the end of the world. Zorka Strike takes that Harvester to half health. But yeah, he's establishing himself. He's even building some Firehawks now, so maybe looking to bomb some buildings as well to really put the pressure on AssassinSpy.
And don't worry, there's another Prodigy up and running now. But DutchArmy is happy to just play this one out a little bit slow. He's got he's actually running 2 airfields. He didn't just sell off the airfield in the main field, in the main base. He built a 2nd airfield in the middle, and he is ready to go. Signal transmitter is also up for AssassinSpy, so we might have some late game trickiness from the Scrin, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like there are a lot of options.
Here comes the Shock Trooper Scout. I assume this is a scout for a wormhole. There's the wormhole. Prodigy on the north side of the base. He's going to take the refinery. Gets a Harvester as well. But he sort of needed to do a little bit more. Oh, he's going for a mothership.
Oh!
It's going to be a mothership.
That's not what I was expecting. Those Firehawks better get their AA missiles ready. This mothership doesn't have a lot of time to fire off. The refinery looked like it was an awful idea, but maybe it was genius.
Oh.
It doesn't chain.
No, so unfortunate it didn't chain.
And now the Firehawks have rearmed. They've refueled. He's going to try and force fire on his own lightning spike, but I don't know that anything else is in range.
Oh, he hits the rifleman. Is that going to chain on? Oh!
Oh!
Is it... Oh!
Everything else is
I
too
don't know
far
if it's
away.
gonna work. It's too far away. And the mothership's going to go down now. And I think that last hurrah for AssassinSpy it's not going to get the job done. And that probably is the end of the game for him, unfortunately. But it was a good attempt. I reckon it was very close.
AssassinSpy currently floating 10K in the bank. The attention that it took to pull off that play has led to his macro slipping. He could have 10K worth of tripods out on the front line right now. But we'll see. I mean, Hexalamine has brought many a Traveler player back from the edge of defeat, but you need time to get out a Hexapod, and I don't even think he has a Warp Chasm out on the field.
No, he's a long way away from that, and there's just no anti-infantry at all, really. Shock Troopers are never going to get the job done versus this. Buzzer Swarm comes in, and it's a pretty good one, to be fair. It cleans up about half the infantry that was there, but the issue is there's still just not enough. Dutch has even brought slingshots along just in case there were some devastated warships. A big phase crush as well, which again is doing a good job. I mean, AssassinSpy is making one hell of a battle for it. For Talon Dutch, I'm not going to give this up easily, but yeah, the Marv is now here as well, which is a big problem.
Drives right into the slow field as that tripod absorbs all of the attention of this army. DutchArmy is getting picked apart slowly but surely. He is losing a lot of units. He can sort of just reinforce this about endlessly. He's even still now sitting at 9.4k per minute. His income is totally fine, so even if he lost that army, he could rebuild another one and he could keep the attack going. But the temporal wormhole wears off. The Zorkas rearm, refuel, and the Firehawks have bombed down the tier 3 AssassinSpy. He may be saying good night, but he is taking his sweet time typing the GG and getting out of this game. He's keeping all hopes until the last moment alive.
Yeah, the final push now, and there's the sell-off. And yeah, that was just a really good play by Dutch all around. I've seen 2 games. He's played very well in both of them.
The heartbreak of that mothership being just far enough away that it couldn't do anything on spawn, and then it was so far away that also it gave Dutch enough time to kill it before it could get in range of anything. The heartbreak of the mothership play that almost was. We've had our fun, but now it's back to where we belong. We're on Tournament Odyssey for game number 15 of this King of the Hill. And the new challenger in the north, going for the Stasis Chamber Disintegrator Rush. This is Numbfish.
And in the bottom left, as the blue-black, and it is DutchArmy. And I think for the sake of the series, it's about time someone knocks him off his perch.
He's got too many points. He's got too much cash from the King of the Hill. We got to spread it around. And it was such a heartbreaker with that last game. AssassinSpy going for the cool build, the cool strat in the late game, and it doesn't work out. So that would have been amazing to see AssassinSpy knock the current king off his throne with that kind of a build. But life is too cruel for that.
That was a shame. That would have been so good. The buggy has dissected the disintegrators. He knows they're coming. Shadow turret will come down. Sells it off for the Cabal. And it looks like Numbfish is just going to keep pushing through. He's not phased. He's going to continue on. And there's no extra Shredder turret queued here. Dutch might be in a little bit of trouble.
Ooh, disintegrators do pull off to kill that buggy, so the DPS is gone. It does buy an extra second for these harvesters. There's the sell-off of the refinery, so this has already done significant damage to DutchArmy. Disintegrators closing in. That's one dead Harv, one sold refinery, and a dead boy on the ground. You got to buy the body bags, and now they might even get a tib spike after that. If they get the tib spike, this will be an unbelievably good opening for Numbfish.
Yeah, it's already equalized the game. Numbfish is already back to 3 harvesters, and Dutch still has to deal with these disintegrators. This is exactly what you need for Numbfish. You need to get some damage done with those disintegrators, and he's done exactly that. And now he can just be a pest with them. He doesn't have to commit to trying to get another harvester. The Cabals will make sure that doesn't happen. And yeah, Raider Buggy has to be built. Dutch can't go straight back into economy.
Just, I think now, the second refinery is back on the queue. So he built another power plant, built a buggy, and he's chasing down those disintegrators. He will eventually clean them all up. But yeah, huge delay to the future economy of Dutch Army. On the other side of the map, Numbfish actually goes back in. Oh,
Wow.
okay, double portal.
Wow.
I was going to say he goes back into a portal, but it's not even just that. And Dutch Army does have a scout in his base, so he could potentially have seen that. I think it's just out of vision.
It's just out of vision, isn't it? Yeah, but is the buggy moving across the map? Where's the Raider Buggy? He hasn't moved it across the map. Wow, this could really hit him by surprise. He has absolutely no eyes on this at all.
He had the Cabal in the base, and if they would have just gone for one last scouting path, they would have learned it. Now, there are a couple of scouting Cabals around the map. One in the middle, one in the north, one in the south. They won't actually see these disintegrators right away.
He's hit the gap perfectly here, Numbfish, so he's going to get these disintegrators around. There's another group of disintegrators moving through the middle, and Dutch will probably see these ones and assume that they're the only group, although he is managing to take another path, which Dutch cannot see. So there's two groups of disintegrators that Dutch has no idea about running around the map. This could get really messy. He's gone for 2 War Factory. He's pumping out Bike Buggy. There's the first group of disintegrators are spotted, but that second one could cause some real damage.
Buggies have corralled this group in the north. MCV is undefended from the group in the south, and they're on top of it. Buggies are still chasing that smaller squad in the north. The MCV down below half HP. This is going to be a sacrifice play. These descents aren't heading home, but it looks like they're not going to finish off the MCV either. They're just going to trade out for the units, try and get as many kills as they can. They didn't get almost anything.
I reckon he could have got that too. I know the Shredder turret came down, but they were melting that MCV. That could come. I don't know. I think he could have got that. Now he's not really got many units to deal with this counterattack. Although granted, there aren't many bikes to deal with the harvesters. A lightning spike and photon cannon drop too much for those Raider buggies. But the main base is now the target, and there's not a hell of a lot here. Well, there's not anything here.
He's about to produce descent squads one at a time. Shock troopers, actually, one at a time into the buggies. The shock troopers can pop the buggies if they get the numbers, but that's not how you want to start out that fight. Power plant being targeted by Dutch Army. More shock troopers. They've got the blink pack so they can teleport away from the immediate fire. Shock troopers going to try and run away to the other side of the war factory, which is a much stronger position to defend from. 3 buggies down. These are the kills that he's looking for. The power plant gets eliminated. A little bit of cash being wasted here by Numbfish, having to rebuild that infrastructure. He's on low power mode, so he's got slow production now as the buggies continue to get picked off. It's trades on both sides of the map, and Dutch Army wants more. He wants harvesters at the natural expansion. One low on health. Is he going to sacrifice more bikes for it? He goes in, he gets the kill, and it's at least 2 bikes traded back on exit.
Yeah, it was a good attack by Dutch, but I actually don't think he's done enough because in the meantime, he put all his money into that attack. He's only just dropped a refinery on his expansion, and now the counter-attack for Numbfish is coming. He's going to try and flank around with his bikes on the left-hand side, but this army, Seeker, Shock Trooper combination may be really hard for Dutch to stop now on the counter-attack.
Numbfish is up nearly 20k in total resources gathered. Harvesters on the north side coming back in. Bikes on the north side coming back in for Dutch Army, hunting those harvesters as Numbfish attacks in the south. He is taking damage back home, and the shock troopers dying to the shredder turrets. Another harvester in the north sniped down. Dutch Army is not giving up easy, and he is not going down without a fight.
Yeah, he's doing a good amount of counter damage in the north side with that counter attack with those bikes, but the issue is these Seeker tanks almost have free reign moving into the main base here. There's no protection. A barracks will come down trying to pump out some rocket squads, but there could be a buzzer swarm that comes down on that. And the Seeker tanks are now in there, killing that harvester. One harvester's almost for sure going to go down here unless he decides to pull back. And the Raider Buggy's trying to respond with the help of the rocket squads. The Buzzer Swarm, there it is, takes out the rocket squads. 1 harvester goes down. Dutch is down to 3 harvesters in total. If he loses this one, it could be big, big trouble.
Repair drones on top of these Seekers. He is basically body blocking this refinery as well. So the Harvester is just camped there, trying to refine, getting blocked, goes down. 2 Harvesters left on the field for Dutch. It's 12K per minute for Numbfish, 6K for Dutch.
He might even get one more. No, I think he's walked out of the repair drone, so this Harvester should survive, but 2 Harvesters left for Dutch. I think most of the bikes got cleaned up. There's only 2 bikes left in the north, and there's Disintegrators sitting in the tip field to prevent the loss of any more Harvesters. There's not even a war factory down for Dutch to start building more Harvesters, so this is really Numbfish's game to lose now. He's even moving his expansion, moving to his 3rd expansion as well, so yeah, he's in a very, very comfortable position right now.
DutchArmy is very glad that he's got those 2 tib spikes to help give him that consistent income. But it is, at the end of the day, 5K per minute to 10K per minute, 14K of Army to 2K of Army, and the units just don't stop. Reinforcements streaming across the map for Numbfish as DutchArmy gets 1 shock trooper with the ball from the hand of Nod, and that's the only kill he'll get at the end of the game here. Numbfish knocks DutchArmy off the throne. The king is dead. Long live the king. Welcome back to the gloom, to the pits of despair. Welcome to the Threshold Tower, bringing the Skrin invasion in just 1 to 2 business days. On the left side, the current king playing the yellow. This is Numbfish.
And on the right side, the new challenger as the Traveler 59. It is DesolatorTrooper.
DesolatorTrooper getting his Skrin. The random draw smiles upon us all sometimes, and other times it does frown. Numbfish going for a couple of disintegrators, but they got spotted. The perfect buzzer scout did see them, killed a couple of them as well, and now a second buzzer from Deso. Not so lucky.
Yeah, that's a really nice start for Deso. I think there was 5 Descent squads to start with, and he's almost whittled them all down before they even get to his spike. And he's just going to kill the rest with the Gunwalker. So that's a nice little start there for Desolator. Those Disintegrators achieved absolutely nothing.
Easy cleanup. Now, of course, one of the things about this map is that the 3 tib spikes that you start with, they're all a bit damaged at the beginning of the game, and especially that forward one, as you were alluding to, that the disintegrators were probably going to try and kill that one. But it's basically healed up to full HP now, so any attempts on that tib spike, they'll have a little bit more health to chew through.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's actually done that. Maybe he clicked it because he saw the descents and then he didn't need to heal it all the way up, but that's fine. It means that if there are any descents in the future, that spike has a little bit more chance to survive. And it looks like at this stage, just an eco game from both players after those few descents. Just harvesters being produced. Nothing too exciting so far.
They're staying basically in lockstep with each other. Gunwalker here from DesolatorTrooper, perfect timing. He sees the MCV on the move. He's got eyes on all of the harvesters as well. He can see the war factory. He sees every unit that comes out of it. On the other side of the map, it's a buzzer going for the scout. So both players will have a pretty good idea of what the other one is doing. No big tricky plays yet. DesolatorTrooper does have the portal, does have the stasis chamber, is working on the fast leg upgrade.
Yeah, so he's going to go for some sort of aggressive push. I mean, this has been a really greedy build by Numbfish so far. I mean, Sharpwalkers are probably one of the best units to deal with this little combination of units that Desolator is putting together. But, I mean, if he's able to overwhelm them, he looks like he's going to try and take the blue Tiberium as well. So he's not going to... That'll help him make sure he doesn't fall too far behind in economy despite not building those extra harvesters. It looks like he's going to try and take out that tip spike as well. But he can't quite get around. The terrain, only one Seeker tank was able to shoot up to it, so he's going to have to retreat back to the blue Tiberium.
Yeah, there was a very awkward little engage there. DesolatorTrooper now going to try and target the Shard Walkers in the south. There is one on the north side as well, now closing in on this army. Disintegrators all gone, just down to the Gunwalkers and the Seeker tanks. A trade there for both players. And you mentioned it earlier, but DesolatorTrooper, he canceled all of his harvesters after number 5. So he got his first field fully saturated, and then, yeah, he needed that blue Tiberium. The timing here was pretty much perfect from Numbfish to push that away, or rather, it was a little bit late from Numbfish because DesolatorTrooper got the perfect load of blue Tiberium stolen.
Yeah, he did. And now there's these disintegrators on the left-hand side. They're going to sneak into the second base here. There's absolutely nothing here. And one harvester is pretty much guaranteed to go down. Takes out one, moves for the second one. Can he get the second one before the Shardwalkers clean them up? Oh, he does get another harvester. Very nice for Desolator there. That's a really good get for him. I think it was 5 disintegrators to get 2 harvesters. That's a massive win. And he's turning into the cultists now, which is, it can be the bane of Reaper 17's existence sometimes.
This was the perfect mid-game move here by DesolatorTrooper. He is now going to meet this army that was delayed in trying to get out to the front line. Those dev tanks were supposed to be here 20, 30 seconds earlier. They turned around to fight the disintegrators. This harvester should not be going that southern route. He is driving right past the war, right past the battle, and I guess he'll make it just fine. Buzzer Swarm gets called in. The cultists get cut down, but the blue Tiberium harvester survives. And 2 of the cultists do as well.
Just sneaking past through the battle, no worries at all. But yeah, now with the lack of Shardwalkers here, Numbfish knows he has to turn around. He can't keep pushing into the cultists without that anti-infantry, so the dev tanks have to turn around. Despite having more than enough firepower to deal with those Seeker tanks and Gunwalkers, he knows he has to turn around. Lightning Spike comes in, actually snipes that one unit that was controlling one of his Shardwalkers, so he gets it back. That's an interesting choice there, quite funny. But I guess it gets the scout off as well. He was trying to see what DesolatorTrooper's up to, and he's just teching up. He's dropped an airfield as well. I'm not sure what that will be for, but he is producing out of it. Maybe some dev warships.
He is locked up. He is teched up to tier 3, rather, and he is maybe a little bit slower on his economy. Numbfish is already at his third. Numbfish is up to 9 harvesters as well. So DesolatorTrooper doesn't want to fall behind. There's the teleport forward of 1 tripod. Slow field on all of these dev tanks. So DesolatorTrooper might have an advantage here, but he walks right into range of almost every green beam on the field. He didn't stay out of range of the slow boys in the field. Cultists helping to turn this around. 1 dev tank fighting on the side of DesolatorTrooper. Where are the rest of the cultists? There's another squad hanging out in back. Another dev tank steps forward. Devastator warships onto the front line as well. The slow field hasn't expired. There it finally goes. And Prodigy is also here. Area mind control taking over 2 of the Shardwalkers. Numbfish falling apart here as the shock troopers come in. It's only Gunwalkers left.
He's trying to just, I don't know where, is he targeted the Prodigy? He's trying to get up that hill to kill the Prodigy. Wasn't able to get to it. 1 Devastator warship did go down in that fight as well, which is an expensive loss. There's some cultists walking along the north side. I'm not sure where they're going. Looks like that one, it doesn't quite get picked off. But yeah, that was a good defense. I mean, it wasn't perfect by Desolator, but it got the job done. He's been able to hold the line. Shock Troopers is an interesting choice. I mean, you could just keep building cultists. Cultists are just amazing versus Reaper, but maybe he wants to try and be a bit more aggressive, and the cultists could maybe, the shock troopers could maybe kill some harvesters with some blink-ins.
Bit by bit, there has been a slow advantage building for DesolatorTrooper. He does also, yeah, he has this 1 random cultist heading in to the back of Numbfish's base while Numbfish is attacking on the front line. The Prodigy taking some serious damage there from those Shardwalkers. There's going to be the blink away by the Prodigy. Does manage to escape. Shardwalkers walking to the front line. Gunwalkers are here. The army is in favor of DesolatorTrooper, but these heavy-hitting Reaper units can turn that around. Prodigy goes down. That's the Buzzer Swarm called in yet again as the tripod makes its way to the front line. He doesn't have a lot of friends left. He's here on the front line basically alone as that Devastator warship was shooting away at Buzzer squads rolling through the base. The defense gets spread apart. The cultists weren't there to capture any of these dev tanks and turn them on their friends. Numbfish got to fight this army 1 piece at a time. He divided and conquered, and DesolatorTrooper is falling apart.
Does get the Prodigy back out, but yeah, his entire ground army and his air army is gone. He managed to area mind control 2 of those Devourer tanks, but the Prodigy can't win against this many units on its own. He's trying to pump out Disintegrators, but there's too many Shard Walkers, and this entire base is in danger of falling here. He teleports forward to Tripod, but the Prodigy goes down, a heroic Shard Walker, and Numbfish may be moving in for the kill here.
Numbfish is just camping on the base. The big eco boom of Numbfish going to the 3rd base and holding off that attack for a moment or two until he had the numbers to push forward the front line. Dev tanks from the triple war factory, they ended up being the right call as everything gets smashed open on the front line. The GG comes out and the king lives on. DesolatorTrooper unable to get the win.
Yeah, it was a really good build by Num. That's the sort of build you need to do in that matchup. You have to stay low tier, build a lot of tier 1 units, tier 2 units, and it was a really good push and use of those units. So well played to Numbfish.
Welcome to Mountain Pass. A new challenger is approaching, getting Marked of Cain. We'll see if it ends up working out. The roll of the dice. Can it favor AssassinSpy?
And on the south side, the king returns. It is Numbfish as Scrin Vanilla. And interestingly, that's quite a lot of infantry from AssassinSpy. 2 full mock squads and a rocket squad.
Cruising their way around the mountain pass. I feel like we've gotten some not great matchups from the random, but this one, Marked of Cain versus Scrin, they're both very strong factions in their own way. I'm not sure about AssassinSpy on Marked of Cain in particular, and in that case, maybe Numbfish has the advantage, but...
I think it's his best faction.
Oh, okay. In that case, getting very fortunate. This could be a very competitive matchup between Marked of Cain and Scrin. For the current moment, we had that little bit of, potential aggression in the opening, but it seems like it's cooled off. AssassinSpy hasn't really done much with those units.
Yeah, he's just put them in that garrison in the middle, which is pretty annoying. Like, that Gunwalker can't go across the map for a scout. And I guess if there's ever a Seeker push or anything like that Numbfish tries in the mid-game here, that's just going to be an annoying roadblock that'll maybe kill a Seeker tank. It's just annoying. I don't know if it's worth the investment at the start of the game, but it is something that he's decided to do. Numbfish is redeploying here and building something after... He wasn't going... Is he going to go for a portal here? Oh, he's going to go clear the garrison. He puts it on the Gunwalker. He's going to go and clear that garrison.
Okay, so expansions are heading in. It's he really wants to get rid of that garrison. I can't believe he actually sent the Gunwalker all the way back and then cleared it out that way. Oh, the EMP! That's so funny. He didn't get the kill on the buzzer, but he did EMP the Gunwalker.
Oh my god, the box squad's still alive. Oh no, never mind. It's gone.
That almost worked.
And now the Seeker tanks are rolling out. Ooh, this could be bad. I don't think AssassinSpy knows this is coming.
Seeker tank sliding across the map. That almost worked, that little trick with EMPing the Gunwalker and then trying to snipe the Buzzer Squad, but it didn't work. Perfect shutdown on that refinery. He powers it down before the Harvester comes out, so he did see this late, but he does get it going eventually. Refinery at the natural expansion is up for Numbfish, so he's up 2 Harvesters against AssassinSpy. And yeah, where are the units for AssassinSpy? He's got basically nothing.
Yeah, and the repair drones are down. There's the war factory, I guess, so it does sort of balance out. He's got to get some EMPs down. That's the way you can hold this without too much damage being done, but he's not using his EMP abilities. This is really bad. One Scorpion tank barely survives. That one may go down. Oh, he's doing a good job of microing his Scorpion tanks here, but the Seeker tanks are in no danger of going down. They're even chasing down those Scorpion tanks. One Scorpion tank down. At the end of the day, it's not the worst thing in the world. There's no economic damage being done in terms of Harvester losses, but he is delaying the expansion so much. But some good EMPs finally come down to end the push.
That was first EMP just completely whiffed, Behind this, 11 harvesters on the side of Numbfish.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, even though there were no harvester losses for AssassinSpy, behind it, Numbfish is just pumping out harvesters while AssassinSpy has to build units, which allows Numbfish to get that lead in terms of harvesters.
Nerve Center is also up for the scrin. He calls in the Ichor Seed, and now the Scorpions are crossing the map. If AssassinSpy had a way to, like, teleport the Scorpions to his opponent's base and counterattack immediately, maybe he could have done some damage, but Scorpions, they have to drive across. They stopped to shoot the buzzer in the building. All these things add up to buy enough time for Numbfish to have his defense ready. He's got his War Factory here. EMP does land one dead Seeker, but he's going to need a lot more damage than that. Lightning Spike on the other side of the map. It will go down. It will give a little bit of vision and scouting there for Numbfish, so he sees what's going on in the natural expansion of AssassinSpy.
Yeah, some good AMPs helping lock down the Seeker tanks to get a few kills, but realistically they're trading quite evenly at Numbfish's second, and AssassinSpy will have to retreat force fields as well for those Seeker tanks. His Dozer Blades on the way. Dozer Blades is only just being started. I don't know if he's only just placed his tier 2 or he forgot about it, but yeah, he's only just getting it going now. So Numbfish ahead in that department. It's going to look like a Seeker tank versus Scorpion tank game here.
If it's a war of mass numbers, if it's a war of attrition, then the guy with the bigger bank account usually wins. Tech Lab is up. We can see some supercharged particle beams. We could see the switch up into infantry from the Marked of Cain player, but that would be one way to kind of even this war of attrition. But the Seekers are moving out. Numbfish doesn't want to give AssassinSpy much time to prepare.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be able to push in here. There's a lot of Scorpion tanks, and of course it's always hard to push into a Marked of Cain because of their EMP. He looks like he's getting shard I assume it's shard launches from his tier 3 though, so maybe he's going to wait for shard launches for his Seeker tanks and then make the move. This has given Numbfish time to get the Dozer Blades, but yeah, it looks like he's going to make the move before shards. That could be a bad decision.
He's just going in. 2 Tib Troopers are here, and there's going to be the Shredder turrets onto the front line. No upgrades for the Nod either just yet. There are a couple of critical upgrades that are missing on both sides. Massive EMP locks down at least 5 Seeker tanks at once, but the Scorpions are focusing the EMP'd Seekers. They're not actually going for the ones that are still moving around, poking and prodding. Harvesters potentially under threat here, as there's the shard upgrade coming in. It's online as these Scorps fight for their lives. Shredder turrets now also have their main upgrade. The trades are coming in. The Scorpions counterattacking on the other side of the map as Numbfish gets pushed back. AssassinSpy tries to strike into the back of the scrin. He only finds more units ready and waiting for him.
Well, he only lost 1 harvester there, did AssassinSpy. Now he's going to actually make a push onto Numbfish's third. 2 refineries down here as well, and he's bringing his MCV with him along with those Enlightened squads. If he gets some big EMPs down, he could push through. He may have the lesser quality without laser capacitors for Mock, but the numbers are on his side. The MCV's here as well, and the EMPs, if he can keep locking down those Seeker tanks, he could push through here.
The fight is on the high ground, and it is the fight of his life for AssassinSpy. He's bringing Shredder turrets to the front line. There are buzzer hives here. There are EMP landing as the Enlightened have arrived. The Scorpion tanks are trying to knock down these buildings one after another. These EMPs absolutely massive in terms of how much they have hit, but the buzzers clean out the Enlightened. The EMPs will reign no more. A couple of Awakened squads coming in. Power plant on the front line, going to buy even more time, even more space. This Nod army has never once got upon the critical infrastructure of the scrin. All of the fights have been at the edge of the base. It's been with these Seeker tanks, which are nearly infinitely replaced and produced by Numbfish.
That is a big EMP, and if he can keep getting those, he could be okay. He's slowly turning the tide of this battle. I thought he was about to get pushed back, but he's slowly turning the tide. He really needs to get a War Factory on the front line to provide those repairs. Numbfish has got a War Factory. Oh, and the Storm Column as well. That could be the end of the push now.
The EMP is good. More and more Seekers getting locked down. This battle getting pushed back and forth. Both players having slight advantages. The Lightning Spike and the War Factory. The production on the front line. But the War Factory is actually down to half HP. If those Scorpions had gotten the kill on that, then the tides could have been turned once again. Numbfish pushes forward. He's taking a lot of damage from the Shredder turrets. But the Shredder turrets are also wasting their own time shooting buzzers from the hives. Back onto the front line go the Scorpion tanks. War Factory now here for AssassinSpy. It's the fight that will never end as the tripod comes out. EMPs can now come down from both sides. Perfectly lined up though as AssassinSpy shuts down the tripod. The trades are just infinitely back and forth. The Scrin has had the better economy. 40k the advantage for Numbfish in total resources gathered, and as AssassinSpy runs out of steam, the wallet is bigger for the Scrin.
Yeah, that was what decided the fight, was that he had that double refinery economy on his third, while Numbfish had nothing established, so he just couldn't maintain the rage on that front line, and Numbfish was eventually able to push back. It was one hell of an effort by AssassinSpy considering the eco difference, but it looks like he may have just run out of steam now.
If a few things had been a little different, AssassinSpy would have had the chance. Dual beam avatars are amazing, but this one gets surrounded and instantly deleted. There's the fire sale. There's the GG. The king lives on. Game 18 will send us to Tournament Highlands. For the two winningest players in this King of the Hill versus each other. On the left, rocking the red, this is Dutch. DutchArmy, aka Blick or Bleak. He is playing GDI versus the Marked of Cain. Of the winningest player, the most kingly king, this is Numbfish. Numbfish versus Dutch. Everyone has had their standout moments. Every one of these four players has had their standout moments. Everyone has had their fall down moments as well. But these two players have stood the most. I feel so bad for AssassinSpy in a couple of these games. Coming up with some creative and interesting plays, some entertaining games, but the wins just don't come in. Meanwhile, Numbfish and Dutch have both also had some entertaining plays and some fun games, but the wins have been rolling in. So Numbfish either gets a lead that I think no one will catch because this is a 20-game series. So we're at game 18 right now. Numbfish, if he wins this, he'll be at 8 wins, and no one will be able to catch him because the next two players won't be close enough. Double harvester grab. Refinery gets locked down as well, but these two harvesters just completely offline for 10-15 seconds here as the Awakened will run away. Harvesters finally getting back to work. Lovely delay to the economy of DutchArmy there. It is not the end of things. That is not the game breaker, but that's a great way to start out with a little bit of awkwardness in the build. It slows everything down, again, just by those 10-15 seconds. MCV might get caught. Okay, one EMP. I'm not sure how many more EMPs he'll be able to chain here. Rifleman inside of the APC says, get out of here, Awakened squads. Harvester for Numbfish is out a bit faster, but there it is from DutchArmy. It is right on his heels. So again, some slight delays here from DutchArmy. He's being delayed by Numbfish, but ultimately it's not the end of the world. Lovely opener there from Numbfish. We'll see if he can go on a little bit better for the rest of the game. Natural expansions are being established. But yeah, Numbfish has an opportunity here to step ahead of the rest and truly be the king of the hill. Although he may or may not be the last king of the hill. He could win this game or even win the next one and then lose in game 20 and fall down at that moment. But here he is going to have a great start to it. Blue Tiberium in the north also being grabbed by Numbfish. He might end up running over some of these mines here, but the bikes are also showing up, so they will have the stealth reveal on those mines. We'll see if they actually choose to engage there. Rifleman in the south going to be getting the scout. Mines have not been cleaned up, so this harvester can still take a little bit of damage from them. We'll see how close he drives. Okay, very safe. Numbfish does manage to avoid all the damage. On the Dutch Army side, it is refinery into War Factory. By the way, these players are playing random, so we did get a random draw of Mark of Cain versus GDI. Two very powerful factions, two factions that both players will be very familiar with. And I mean, we're playing on Tournament Highlands, one of the most popular maps in the pool, so everyone should be on maybe not extreme comfort. This may not be their absolute #1 faction, but both players are on comfort here. They are going to be very familiar with this. Again, we've talked about it a number of times. Sometimes the luck of the draw leaves you hanging high and dry. Other times it's quite good as the Pitbulls engage on top of the bike buggy here. Harvester does tank a single shot there, but Numbfish has stolen a huge amount of Blue Tiberium from the north, from the south, 2 full loads before the 5-minute mark. Pitbulls getting picked off as the buggies stand tall against the oppression of the GDI. 80% of a load of Blue Tiberium here for Dutch Army, at least from the south, as the Pitbulls continue to push back on this army. The bike buggy was pushing away the Pitbulls. They looked like they were starting to win that fight, but the reinforcements come in. The stream hasn't stopped flowing as more and more Pitbulls are being produced by Dutch Army. Dutch is also now up 9 harvesters to 8 because harvester production was cut a little bit here. I don't think this is intentional. Was he really going for double upgrades? It would be so funny to rush out dozer blades. Oh, I gotta really get my dozer blade upgrade out. And he has 0 scorpion tanks out on the map. He's spamming bike buggy like there is no tomorrow, but he's got 2 operations centers. Again, upgrades that have nothing to do with bike buggy. Pitbull's going to be rushing in upon this attack. Dutch Army is up on economy, so he can afford a few losses here, but he's getting only wins, and he is up 10k against the army of Numbfish. A little bit of damage from that Orca Strike. Tier 3 is now out. Tib Core could be an absolute game changer. There's a sell-off of one of the operations center, and Numbfish, he has made some awkward choices here, or he has made some choices that have led him to some awkward spots. The aggressiveness of these Pitbulls has been rewarded as Dutch Army has found a number of good engagements. First couple of EMPs do basically whiff there. This harvester, or this Pitbull might be jumped on. No, the bikes don't actually get the attack off. Tib Core Missile, it does mean you're trading out with a couple more bikes that you could be producing in the meantime. Harvester's going to be taking more shots in the main base of Numbfish. He wants to keep this economy online. He's got a lot of Tiberium here that still needs to be harvested, but it's just hammerheads right onto the front line. They don't even care that they're getting cleaned up by these bikes because the Pitbulls are swarming on the ground. Harvester's going down. Bike buggy gets cleaned up. EMP lands, but it's a bit too late. The damage output just isn't there. There's the chain beginning to form as a second EMP lands and a third. Now Numbfish can turn things around. The splash damage would be good. The War Factory goes down. The production slows. The EMPs don't stop, though. They keep on coming. More bikes coming out, more bikes traded back and forth. Dutch Army behind all of this, expanding into the middle of the map, looking to take that big center Tiberium field for himself. The longest wait we've had as the Orca Strike crashes into nothing. I feel like that beacon got thrown down so long ago in the heat of battle, but it never emerged. The attack was so far away that the strike never actually landed on anything relevant. MCV moving to the middle of the map. Oftentimes, the player who gets to the middle first doesn't actually win the game. Sometimes they expend too many resources on their buildings in the middle of the map and not enough on their army. Managing that spending is so much about what Kane's Wrath is about. The unit compositions have to be just right, and at a turn of a moment, you can overspend on buildings and underspend on your army and lose the game that you might have otherwise been winning. EMPs have also been a massive factor in allowing Numbfish to hold on against the superior army of DutchArmy. Harvesters getting pushed back, sonic emitters on the front line. One of the nice things about playing GDI or Zocom is the presence of those sonic emitters. Harvester will get tagged. That's a dead Harv right there on the front line, as the Watchtower with AP ammo has a lot of targets to choose from. Perhaps too many targets. EMP landing on a couple of these Raider buggies, as well as the Hammerheads dodge in and out. Rocket squads onto the front line, and the Orca Strike misses yet again. But DutchArmy did what he wanted. He pushed the bikes back, he got the space, and he bought the time. He's now got okay, well, he sells off the barracks, but I was gonna say he has the full unit composition available to him. He can build infantry, aircraft, vehicles. Everything is on his side. Rocket's going to get some free shots here. There's not a lot of buggies here, so the bikes are just tanking the damage from the rocket troopers, and I think he has comp armor as well. No, he doesn't. He does have AP ammo, but he could get some extra survivability for those infantry if he upgrades to composite armor. Or TIB troopers on the front line. There are a number of TIB troopers that have been built. One of them just gets eliminated by those Hammerheads. 13k per minute for DutchArmy, 8.5 for Numbfish. He's not flat broke in terms of his total economy because his main base still has a ton of Tiberium at it. He has got so much cash that is available to him, but his bank account has been drawing a zero for a while. Power plant goes down. Hammerhead takes a shot. Bikes getting trapped here, and Juggernaut's shooting through the mountain. Find kill after kill. Pitbull's re-engaging. Two more bikes exploding in sync. They are synchronized death givers, as these Juggernauts have just cleaned up so much of that low-tech bike buggy swarm in the main base of DutchArmy. It turned into a death trap, but the Hammerheads, they get caught. One of them goes down, another one low on health. As the bike buggy swings back into the main base, there's two more watchtowers deployed, so these bikes aren't going to escape easily. Buggy will get the EMP, but all of the bikes have almost died. Two more do show up in the reinforcements. They're just trading their lives fighting watchtowers. That is not the primary important target for the Nod player. Killing watchtowers is not how you win the game. Bikes and buggies sacrificed not for very much value. Refinery on the other side of the map will go down. Numbfish gets caught in his main base once again. He has got so much Tiberium there available to him, but it's not safe. Yet again, DutchArmy hunts a Harvester. He gets the kill. He loses his Hammerheads. That's becoming a recurring story as well. But the mortars from the Pitbulls, the shots land, and these bikes are going to swarm in. They'll trade back as many as they can, and the Pitbulls will die. DutchArmy has once again traded because he has the better economy. Now, you can't run that play forever. Eventually it catches up to you, but in this moment he can make that trade safely. Bikes, one of them will go down to the rockets. Another squad gets another kill right on the edge of range there. The Juggernauts and the Marvs slowly making their way forward. The economy of DutchArmy soaring with the help of the Blue Tiberium, with the help of the Marv. Marvesting up that field. He has got that vacuum cleaner working on overtime. He's also floating 5.5k because the income boost of the Marv sucking up that field. He did not have his production ready and waiting for it. Double barracks on the front line, zone troopers. It feels like over time this game has slipped away from Numbfish. 30k more of total resources gathered for DutchArmy, and he's up basically double the army value of Numbfish. We'll see if those are the right units in the right place, because the thing about having the artillery advantage is it means you don't have to go fast. You can play it out slow. You can move forward with assurance and not take fights that you're not sure about. You've got the superior range, and you can use that to your advantage. Infantry going to be getting pushed back. EMPs could be massive, but the bikes are swinging into Dutch Army's expansion. You need these bikes to actually kill the units on the front line. He's going to be going for the harvesters. Shot comes off from that sonic emitter. 2-3 more bikes end up going down in this fight. The Pitbulls will find the kills, and the main army of Dutch Army remains untouched. Dutch can push forward at any moment, and there's going to be less to fire back. Sniper teams on the front line, and everything crumbles as Numbfish has been defeated. Dutch Army takes his spot as the king on the hill. And as we spawn onto Tournament Crater for game number 19, the penultimate game of this series, another big thank you to Chronosphere and, of course, Matt over there at Chronosphere for making this event happen. He's the primary driver who got Chrono Clash 2 up and running, and now here with the Chrono Clash King of the Hill follow-on event in the north, the current king of this hill. This is Dutch Army. The fates have perhaps smiled on him with Marked of Cain. We'll see how much he actually likes it, because in the south, he's got heavy harvesters. He is locked in with combat engineers. He's playing Steel Talons. This is DesolatorTrooper. DesolatorTrooper has got to win with Steel Talons versus Marked of Cain. And that is not a faction matchup that most people would like. But again, as we've talked about a couple of times before, there are some people who have gotten really good with Steel Talons in the last couple of years. DesolatorTrooper, who is more of a scrim player, I'm not so sure that he is one of the people who is just really excited about all of the things he can do with Titans and Behemoths. I think this guy is going to be struggling to find the advantages with Steel Talons. And what a way to open up. I would not have thought the 4-engineer airlift opening, and he's even going for a hammerhead. I do like the hammerhead if you're going this route, but I do not like this opening for DesolatorTrooper. We'll see if he's able to pull it off. Then I guess it will be good. Like, if he gets all 4 Tiberium spikes and he's able to survive the early game, then surely this is just a good thing that has happened. I don't think either one of these towers will be sabotaged or booby-trapped. And nope, he gets them both. So it is now a 4 Tiberium spike, 1 harvester economy for DesolatorTrooper. And because he got that hammerhead, he's also slow on his extra harvester. So I love the idea of having a hammerhead that can roam around the map with the rifleman inside. You can kill off any scouting units. You can deny your opponent some things. But what you can't really do is build that harvester. The hammerhead has cost, and keeping the airfield around even longer, keeping it around longer while you're building the hammerhead, means that you don't have the cash back from selling off that airfield sooner. That does delay everything else. He tried to get out the refinery and the harvester at the same time. As a result, he was late on his economy. 4 Tib spikes is good. A scouting harvester or a scouting hammerhead is good. You know what's even better? Is like 8K worth of bikes roaming around the map instead. So DesolatorTrooper, this is the point that he needs to defend. He needs to hold off these attacks, and it will perhaps all be worth it. But those 4 Tib spikes will take time to pay off. Bikes rolling into the base. Watchtower pushes them away. No AP ammo for DesolatorTrooper. It will be delayed compared to normal. He has gone for a risk going for this play, and we'll see how Dutch is able to make adjustments. For the current moment, Dutch is still up. EMP's going to fire off. He had that EMP control center. He gets the Harvester, gets the Watchtower, gets the Titan as well. One Harvester down for DesolatorTrooper. The Titan will be the next to fall, and this is going to be the reinforcing Titan, which will be eliminated. There's the last strike from the bikes, and he can now hunt for another Harvester. DesolatorTrooper was up to 5 Harvesters. Now he's down to just 3. One of them just went down as he's down to only 2. The 4 engineer opener can work out. We've seen it happen. But if your opponent presses across the map, you need the units to defend, and he just doesn't have them. Dutch Army pressing in, another Harvester off the line. DesolatorTrooper needs to pull a defense out of somewhere, but no! The Harvester dies on the edge of the ramp, about to head up to the main base for safety and security, and this Hammerhead is just doing nothing. The straw that broke the camel's back was that Hammerhead, and now it's broken as well. DesolatorTrooper spent the extra cash on the Hammerhead, spent the extra time on the Hammerhead. Now it's dead, and the EMP control center is down to like 60% HP. It absorbed a little bit of attention from Dutch Army, but not nearly enough for what it cost DesolatorTrooper. 3 Harvesters to 11. The moment is calm. There is a certain peace in the world, but that's not going to last very long, as Dutch Army has every option before him and a booming economy to go along with it, and DesolatorTrooper needs to find a way to, I don't know, if he could cross the map and actually like crush 5 of these Harvesters, then okay, maybe we can see something. But I don't know, man. He's got to do something. It doesn't feel good to say you need to just sit back and defend. You need to find a way to hold off the incoming armies. But, like, what do you even do here as DesolatorTrooper? Tip spikes taken back. I don't know exactly what time he took those, but I think they have paid for themselves. The engineers, I think they only need like a minute to pay for themselves, but you of course want a lot more than that because you want to deny it from your opponent and you want to make up for all of the Harvesters you lost. DesolatorTrooper has done just that. He has rebuilt those Harvesters. He has had enough time, and of course the worry is when Dutch Army crosses the map, will DesolatorTrooper be ready for it? One of the things about Titans is they are powerful, but they are also pretty slow. They aren't necessarily good at responding to the quick moves of Bike Buggy. They can swing over here, they can swing over there, they can dive on a Harvester while the Titans are just slightly out of position. There's only 2 Titans here, so if they really want to dive, they can find the kill. There's more than enough bikes here to find a kill on a random Harvester. The fact that DesolatorTrooper is... Oh, he gets the snipe on the engineer! Perfectly placed rifleman there! And also because Dutch was pulling his forces over to the right side of the map, that did also bring Deso's attention to the right side of the map. There's the radar jamming missile just to think he might be diving in. AP ammo has started up, and there's going to be the airfield added on as well. DesolatorTrooper has stabilized. Dutch does still have all of the options available to him. He's got 9 grand sitting in the base. He should be on multi-MCV. It doesn't look like he is. And he also skipped a second war factory. So Dutch Army, he's keeping that 9, yeah, he's at 10 grand. He's at a full 10 grand float, partially because he didn't build a second war factory, partially because he didn't build a second MCV, and partially because he didn't build anything else. He hasn't had that much production. He teched up, he got some other stuff rolling, and he kills 2 Harvesters for it. Dutch Army has a lot of options here. EMP lands on 4-5 Titans, as he will be able to clean up a couple of those Steel Talons units, and that draws DesolatorTrooper back into his own base, back onto the right side of the map and away from what DutchArmy is doing over here on the left side. Engineer is packed along for the ride as well. He's joining the army for some reason. I'm not sure what the point of that engineer is. And there we go. We actually got an engineer on the bottom left. Nice moves there, as the stealth tanks will find harvesters from DesolatorTrooper. Desolator is being devastated by these Nod forces. The power of Steel Talons is great, but it's not great in this game, as DesolatorTrooper taps out and Dutch puts another point on the board. He will be the king going into the last match of this series. Round 20 will bring us back to the Savannah, back to Blackhand versus Traveler. For some of you, this is going to be an absolute joy of a random matchup. Others of you, you just don't like those darn scrin bugs. On the left, he's the current king. He is up with 8 points. This is Dutch. If he gets a win here, he'll have nearly half of the games a win to his name. On the right, looking for his second win, his second point. This is AssassinSpy, back for one last chance. We've come all the way around 20 games, and this is number 20. The $400 prize pool will all be sent out after this. So a huge thanks once again to Chronosphere for sponsoring this event, for sending $400 to these guys. And well, AssassinSpy, he either gets $20 or he gets $40, and Dutch, he either gets $160 or he'll get $180. We'll see how it ends up going. Double refinery on the main base here. Both players, a little bit slow for AssassinSpy, but it's not like, he's going for Operations Center and double tib spike capture or something like that. Both players are just happy to play out with the tib spikes that they have, not trying to take over their opponent's tib spikes. The delayed refinery is not so delayed that AssassinSpy is going for a really crazy build here, or a really crazy option. Couple of Gunwalkers, couple of Seekers produced by Dutch. A very nice, calm opener for both players, as DutchArmy and AssassinSpy are both sending... Okay. I thought that was the MCV. Based on the dot on the mini-map, I thought that was the MCV. We've got ourselves a Blackhand who is going... not for a super fast flame tank rush, a bit of a delayed flame tank rush. He also did get the full 3 power plants as well, so he may not actually be upgrading anything. And he does call in the beacons. DutchArmy says, hey, I see what you're doing here. And he does beacon it because the Seeker tank was sent to scout the natural expansion. And instead of scouting the natural expansion, he scouted the lack of a natural expansion. Oh. Wait, what? What is... There's no dozer blades for the Scorpions. The upgrade hasn't started. But there's also no... Okay, he did upgrade a power plant eventually. But, like, there's no flame tanks. I don't know what this build is from AssassinSpy. He is going to be able to take the blue Tiberium in the north. DutchArmy has had a huge amount of time to respond to this, so we'll see if he actually takes any damage from this. And of course, this could just be kind of fake pressure to secure the blue Tiberium in the north. It is always good to have a couple of units out on the map. If you take that blue Tiberium, you want to be able to defend the Harvester. No dozer blades. I assumed it was going to be a flame tank, or then when it wasn't a flame tank, I thought maybe he was rushing dozer blades because he was producing the Scorpions, and dozer blades are very good versus Scrin. But it's not. It's neither of those things. So it's just double refinery on the natural, No second war factory for AssassinSpy. He must be queuing a second war factory at this point. It would be crazy if he wasn't. Seeker tanks rolling in on the base. Into the north, disintegrators pushing out anything from that building. Seeker tanks find the blue Tiberium harvester, and it's kind of low on health because he just spent $4 grand on a tech lab that he can't produce any units for. There's the block. AssassinSpy saves the blue Tiberium harvester, or does he? As the lightning spike and the disintegrators come in, DutchArmy smells blood in the water. He may not get the blue Tiberium harv, but he'll get 2 others for his catalog, and that might be more harvesters as well. They go for the crush, they go for the trade, as these disintegrators have found huge damage in the main base of AssassinSpy. The blue Tiberium harvester survives, but at what cost? Everything else ends up going down, and we've seen one base tech builds from Nod in the past, but it's usually to get out 1 clicks to the other side of the map, to do something else, not to build a couple of Scorpions and a couple of bikes and then not much other than that. He's going for, I guess, Tib Core. I don't know what he's going for. He's surely not rushing charged particle beams. Oh, infesting the Tib field of your opponent. Not something we see very often, but a little bit of damage will be done. Obelisk does come out. This is also not a multi-MCV play. He got charged particle beams. Why? Why rush that out? There's nothing that he's got that's really crazy huge benefit. Catalyst missile should... He's gonna send a scout for the Catalyst missile? Yeah, he does have charged particle beam shredders. They're not that great. Saving a harvester is good. It looks like he will be able to save the harvester, in part because of the charged particle beams. Oh, that's so close. That's too close for comfort. I don't know what AssassinSpy is doing. DutchArmy on the other side, he is up 16, 17k in total resources gathered, so he's at least got that going for him. He's gone for the Prodigy as well. This one does not get bugged out and get clocked by a tree or something, which unfortunately did happen on the last time that we saw this map. Seeker, shock troopers looking for a kill there. Prodigy still on the other side of the map, and we've got our first epic unit out on to the field. AssassinSpy has taken an awkward and circuitous route to get here, but he has found himself in a somewhat stable place. He is behind on economy, he is behind on army, but he's not behind on the tech. And of course, he is playing Black Hand, so he doesn't have all of the Scorpion upgrades, namely laser capacitors. He still hasn't gotten dozer blades. He has the ops center away or around and, waiting, but he's not doing anything with it. He is going to have to probably face an Eradicator with Blink. Okay, that's a gravity stabilizer. Are we skipping the Eradicator? Bravo to Dutch if he is skipping the Eradicator as well. From bad to worse for just a moment there, AssassinSpy deploys the Shredder turret just in time for something else to happen. And that something else is the attack was over. Lightning Spike getting a little bit more damage done here. Blue Tiberium once again stolen, this time by DutchArmy. Still a lot of Blue Tiberium up there in the north. I feel like that's like a fast-growing Blue Tiberium field. Triple tripod moving in. Rage Gen fires off as well. Redeemer trying to chase down these tripods. One will be crushed. I think he just crushed the husk, so he's not even going to grab the husk and try and make something happen with it. Phase fires off, but it's a little bit too late, so the phase gets wasted. The cash leaves his bank account, but both of the husks do get denied, so no lucky engineer cap for AssassinSpy, and these disintegrators could even try and jump on that engineer if they really wanted to. The Prodigy escapes to the other side of the map, and there's the warp chasm birthing the Eradicator hexapod. It is out on the map. It is fearsome and ready to fight. 30k of army for Dutch, 20k of army for Assassin. The move out does happen because the longer that Dutch is allowed to just free harvest from the middle of the map, the worst that it gets for AssassinSpy. Things can go from bad to worst, and well, that's what it's kind of looking like here for AssassinSpy. He does have an opportunity here with this fight. He doesn't have any Raider buggies. He has started more upgrades. Is it going to be Tib? He doesn't have anything really that benefits from Tib Core, and he also doesn't have any buggies that benefit from EMP coils either. So I'm not sure what AssassinSpy is upgrading there. Eradicator into the back of the base. Things can go from bad to worse, and then the Eradicator can teleport into the back of your base and start dropping discs on your face. There's the kill of the one clicks. The chemical plant goes down, and of course this Eradicator, he took the wormhole into the back of the base, but he's got a fast ride home. If he gets trapped here and he's feeling a little uncomfortable, he just blinks away to the other side. The Prodigy will save that Eradicator, as we've seen 100 times before here in Kane's Wrath. We will see it yet again here in game number 20. Army moving forward across the map. Okay, cool. There's a commando out on the field. It's not something you see very often. You do love to see it. She might get caught in an infinite fight here with these buzzers, trying to snipe them one by one. Eventually, she goes down. Slowfield could be used here by Dutch just to drag this out a little bit longer. Okay, one click on the refinery. That slows that down. AssassinSpy, without EMPs to lock down this Eradicator, there's going to be some trouble. Slowfield, again, could be used by Dutch Army, like directly over top of this army to try and buy more time. There's the Raider buggies on the leap forward. There's the blink back. Signal transmitter is out. Packs are out on the field. Traveler engines have been upgraded. They've got those speedy, fast airships. And Mantises are also out on the field. Okay, Mantises show up, absolutely shredding the drones on those packs. If this was StarCraft 2 or StarCraft and you had to pay for Corsairs or pay for the fighters on the carriers, then maybe things could turn around in a different way, but it's going to be difficult. Commando versus Commando. One of the specialties of Blackhand is that you can build two heroic commandos. They're kind of getting gunned down by their own friends. This Commando will actually make it into the building. Area mind control should wear off very soon here. And the other Commando ends up getting shot up and shut down by that Gunwalker. And there's the area mind control wearing off. The last of those Raider buggies does end up going down, and for now the Commando will be able to escape, will be able to fight another day. The presence of Commandos is something that we just do not see very often. Prodigy there in the middle of the base for Dutch. He is just sucking up more and more of this Tiberium. 13k per minute, 50k over his opponent. But the army value has caught up significantly. Again, some of these Scrin 1 clicks can still be utilized to make this a very good fight for this Scrin, but there is at least a chance I don't think there's necessarily enough anti-air here. Although, okay, Mantises with Tib Core, that's a very powerful option here, as DutchArmy will fire off the Temporal Wormhole. He'll slow everything down, and there's going to be the Rage Gen as well. The return fire will eliminate at least one tripod, and here come the Mantises. They're going to be able to burst down a pack. They get a Devastator Warship as well. Make that 2 of each, as there's the Ion Storms activated, and oh my gosh, these Mantises are absolutely insane. They are cracking this air fleet of DutchArmy, and who cares if they trade out a couple of their lives? Okay, you don't want to lose them all, but he's almost cleared this entire fleet. If he had any kind of ground army, that could have actually worked out amazingly. If there had been rocket squads to support that, or buggies, any kind of addition for this Black Hand army, if he had been able to 1-2 punch DutchArmy's alien face, that could have really worked out. They were sniping those packs, sniping those Devastator warships, but who can deal with the Eradicator? Who can deal with the tripods? There's the crush. You don't EMP me, I'll crush you right in your face. Gunwalkers making their way forward. 40k of army is stomping all over this Nod front line as the Overlord's Wrath gets sent down upon the puny humans, and DutchArmy moves forward. He kills the Redeemer, he phases the Gunwalkers, and he's pushing forward. The EMP lands, it'll lock down some of those units. Area mind control coming in as well, but the Eradicator is still at full health. AssassinSpy's tournament life is on the line here. This is the last game and his only chance to put another point on the board. The Mantises come forward, they get a kill, but they themselves are eliminated, and the army still stands strong. The Eradicator, the Corruptors, the Tripods all moving forward as AssassinSpy taps out, types GG, and DutchArmy gets the last win of the Chrono Clash King of the Hill. A huge thank you to these 4 players for coming together and making these games happen, providing us with some very entertaining Kane's Wrath action. Huge thank you to Chronosphere for sponsoring this event, and thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Check out Green Zero, Korak, Alex, Dune Tiger, and even Zads, even though I wasn't able to get him in on this video. Check them all out at the links in the description. Thank you all very much for watching, and this is Sybert signing out.